Enjoy Flame Grilled? Got his ass. What up, Shirk? How you doing, Bella? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Oh, I gotcha. Let me get some water real fast. One sec. Hey, Jeff. Alrighty. Back at it. Streamer working for 30 seconds. That's right. Time for a little break. Time for a little breather. Oh, we were on the Potty C the other day. And we ended up having like a really silly debate about nonsense. Completely unprovoked. That's right. That's right. Completely unprovoked. It was funny. Yeah, as long as it's entertaining, you know? I thought I was like setting up like a debate because like Ellesmere and I had a really good debate on Brutal's podcast about a topic. And then I thought Ellesmere was being kind of dismissive of like different ways you could express skill in raids. And so I was trying to like debate that. And then he went into like a tangent about healer damage. And then I let myself get caught up in the healer damage argument when I should have like pivoted back to what I was talking about. It just ended up being like a mess. So, it's whatever. Rest of the episode was fun though. He was. Seeing him rage is fantastic. Yeah, you know, as long as it's fun. It made for a good bumper at the beginning. I think they call it a bumper, right? Like a little intro or something like that. So if that causes more people to click on it, we take those. Because like the rest of the conversation was really good. Just kind of like talking about, you know, some of the fuckery that Blizzard's doing. Some of the good, some of the bad. So, my click casting working? Let's see. It didn't reset anything. Looks like I'm able to cast it on people. See if we can find a group. Are we back to pit? Ugh. We're back to pit. I need to get a disease dispel. Oh, I got it. All right. Works on party frames, but not where they're in raid frame mode. Interesting. Is that Joe Abercrombie book in the background? Yes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the book that I have in the background to what I just finished. So every time there's like a new book that I finish, I'll just put it in the background. But it's called Best Served Cold. And it's about a mercenary general woman named Monscaro Mercato, who is working for this, kind of like the head of a city-state. It's almost like, you know, the Greek continent, or Greek peninsula, where it's a bunch of city-states kind of warring with each other for dominance. And so Manza, she's like the mercenary general for this guy, Orzo. He sees she's getting a little bit too popular with the locals, throws her off a mountain. She survives, and the book's about her revenge. And like, so it's revenge, best served cold. Cabs, thank you for the new sub, bro. You weren't a big fan of it? I really liked Best Served Cold. It was like an Ocean's Heist, but like murdering people. There was a little bit more like every character matters, I guess. Some of the characters I thought were just kind of like, you know, a tangent or kind of whatever. Yeah, I'm reading right now Heroes, or I guess it's called The Heroes. And I think that's better. It's like a war movie, but with like it's like a medieval war movie. You know, like Black Hawk Down or like Band of Brothers, but it's like medieval. It's really fucking cool. You thought Best Served Cold was the weakest. Interesting. I liked it. I thought it was good. I think, you know, the first Law trilogy was like better, but I thought it was a good book. Yeah. Controlled Storm Strike Totem? What, you mean Storm Stream? They fixed where you can't quick cast the Healer Dispel. So you can, but you have to drag it from your spellbook web. It works, but it looks like it doesn't work. Which is, you know, typical Blizzard. Oh, that's right. They did make a change. Let me reread it. Because it was like the bottom talent, right? Oh yeah, casting NS grants a use of Storm Stream, and Storm Stream no longer consumes a charge of Healing Stream Totem when used. Yeah. Oh, you're getting the series confused with the first law? Those ones were the ones I was thinking were peak okay. I think first law is like, you appreciate the first book a lot more once you kind of understand where like Bayaz is coming from. Like, you don't really know who he is in the first book. Not really. And so everything kind of feels like, all right, we're all just kind of doing our thing. And then, you know, you kind of see the web. I think it's a book that's like, it probably is better on the reread, and it's better in like hindsight, you know? Because, yeah, I saw in the changes that WoW had made, there were like multiple posts, which was really confusing. Because they had their like own data mining post. They had like this post, which had stuff, and then there was like a blue post, which had stuff. But yeah, basically you can like force your Stormstream Totem, have it do more healing. They also nerf Stormstream Totem and your Healing Stream Totem, and then put power into Healing Rain, which is pretty sick. So this one's been pretty hype. Oh, I've heard people talk about the Dresden Files medal. Yeah. I'll think about it. I'm gonna do Red Country after the Heroes, and then I'll be open to new stuff. No prop value changes is criminal. It is, dude. I feel like tanks haven't really gotten any tuning passes at all lately. Where am I walking? To your mom's house to wish her a Merry Christmas. Beta servers ever become public? I guess not. I guess not. They used to, but I don't know if they're actually going to at this point. It used to be that they would send beta access to everybody with cutting edge to give her a Merry Christmas. There you go. There you go. Yeah, let's try Shaman first, though. Reading whatever I tell you next. Yeah, you haven't missed yet. You haven't missed yet. First three are very detective-y with fantasy elements, and they lean more into the fantasy. One of your favorites. Ooh, I like that. Have you ever read the Powder Mage series? It's kind of like a French Revolution, guns and muskets kind of vibe, but then it gets into a little bit of magic. And then the follow-up trilogy gets into a lot of the magic. It's really cool. Doing great, Giva. How's it going, man? Up, Girth? I asked for some advice earlier this season about how to play Priest. Well, I finished my first healing season ever, ended 3.1k and 6 of 8 Mythic. Had a great time following your guide. Great work, and thank you. Let's fucking go. Glad to hear it, Girth Demon. They're on the list. Ooh. Powder Mage is great, dude. It's a great journey. I got so excited when I was looking at the changes last night. And I like scroll down to Paladin. I go to Paladin, Hero Talents, Herald. And then I skipped the Retribution part. And then I started reading. And I was like, why are they talking about Divine Storm? Like, I got so excited they were making Paladin changes. And I see all the Sun's Avatar, Dawnlight stuff, you know? And then I saw Ret. And I was like, oh, fuck. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't too surprised by not really having any healer changes. I just got jebaited by the Ret one. I just get a little jebaited there. Alright, I got my curse to spell. Oh, uh-oh.
It must not be allowed to spread its corruption.
Where's my click casting? Yeah, what the fuck? Not working. Yeah. Well, I can, like, cast a healing wave. I can't... It's like my mouse buttons aren't working on it. Yeah, any like mouse button isn't working. Crazy how there are huge HPL changes. Now there are ret changes. That's very strange. I mean, I can't actually slide it down. Jack, you're the hero of the people. Great podcast with Ellie. Thanks, man. Huh. Now that works. But I can't see the... I guess it's casting it on me, isn't it? Yeah, I don't see anybody here. Yeah, I wish it wasn't me as well, though, Burr. Oh, my God. Leveling experience increased in these notes. It's under holy. Oh, is this like the rest of it? Oh, interesting. Okay. They did it in 2 posts. Thank you. I didn't see this before. Lightbloom's duration tracker on the CD manager would not update. Abundance in the CD manager. Nature's Bounty replicates 20% of regrowth healing. Was 40. Everbloom splashes 15% of Lightbloom's healing. Was 10. I thought they just nerfed that. Mithra's Blessing would trigger full value reversions in golden hours. Oh, man. Okay. Dude, fucking monk. Bug fixes. Bug fixes. All right, here we go. Holy pally. All healing reduced by 12%. Word of Glory, Eternal Flame, Dawnlight, healing all buffed. Sun's Avatar, buffed by 100%. Light of Dawn, healing increased by 25%. Hammer and Anvil, but reduced by 50%. Beacon Absorb, reduced by 50%. Holy Shock, increased by 25%. Flash Shield, increased by 25%. Prism by 25%. Holy Light by 25%. Beacon of Virtue by 25%. Veneration grants an Absorb for 8% of damage done. Fixed an issue with Second Sunrise with Beacon of the Savior. Fixed an issue that caused Light of Dawn to not activate Sunseer. Oh my god. Absurd amount of bug fixes. I might have to re-record my video then. Oh my goodness. Oh, we're testing Paladin today. We're going to be testing Paladin today. Okay, so in the other notes, the Stormstream Totem thing was there, but not here. Interesting. That is some Paladin buffs. That is some Paladin buffs. Fixed Divine Toll, supposedly? Yeah. Tutorial for the default button. Improvements made to bounding areas. Allow nameplates to be clicked easier. Improvements to stacking areas. Way for add-ons to create self-updating timer bars for performance gains when using secret value data. Add a way for add-ons to securely set raid targets. Added a way for add-ons to colorize a frame or texture based off the value of a secret boolean. Based? Add-ons can color frames? I don't know what the value of a secret boolean would be. If that's like an atonement yes or no thing. Huh. Oh, I have to like go to my own frame to do it. That's so strange. Well, this will be an experience. This will definitely be an experience. Pally 4 set still isn't working? What's wrong with it? True or false, it would depend on what variables they've set that you can compare a true or false against. So it'd be about whether or not they'd allow you to see it like a buff as a true or false statement then. Right? I mean, interesting. They're making progress there. Sure. They added a has atonement. You can check if that's true or false, then color based on that. That would be sick. Like the new changes, new storm stream proc by ancestral swiftness feels so damn strong. I'm about to try it. Yep. So we're gonna do Paladin and Shaman a lot today. Looks like we're gonna do lots of Paladin and Shaman. But I think having different ways that you can expect Stormstream Totem to be up at certain times is really helpful. Yeah. I feel like I'm just a week behind with making videos, though. Because I did record a bunch of stuff for Shaman and for Paladin. I think a lot of it's going to hold true. They haven't changed everything, but I might have to re-record some. But I'm like... made the video about, like, passive healing, and they already started working on the passive healing. It'll be nice when Blizzard's gone. I can play a little bit of catch-up, I guess. I feel like I'm constantly, like, a couple days behind. Your Stormstream healing was about 25%. Oh my god. Alright, I need them to get into this group so I can, or into this instance. In the WoW UI dev Discord, they added some styling options for damage meters. So you can change things like the class icons, the spec icons. Oh, finally. Finally. Yeah, why can't I see their buffs? I don't know, show background. This is so fucked. Like, I can see it after the fact. We might be fucked. I'm gonna try to turn on the frames. It said my add-on stuff was out of date for Dander's frames. But I didn't actually see if it was working or not. Fuck. I can't really heal. Ugh. can't click cast unless I have the party frames. But then I can't see the buffs. So it's like all the raid frames. Like I had the add-ons working and stuff, but the click casting does not work. Click casting just like does not work. Yeah, I guess I gotta get click. I guess I just gotta hit click. Yeah, so it's literally just click, Garcia. Yeah, it's not that. It's not the add-ons. Good thing it's only a 10. Well, this will be a first. Fix shortcomings of Blizzard's UI with add-ons. Yep, basically. Oh my goodness. Like...
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
First chat next season with all people saying, wait, how are they using add-ons? Oh yeah, man, like we talked about with that Potty C episode I did. I 100% believe people are just gonna like make Reddit threads about how like Liquid or Echo or whoever they don't like is cheating because of whatever add-ons they use. When like it's gonna be all kinds of legal shit. And people are just gonna like lose their minds. Yep. Is try more add-on functionality. I can't click cast with Blizzard's baseline click casting with this build. So I have to download click after this and set up click on all my healers. And then yeah. Yep, no add-ons. 0 add-ons right now. But yeah, basically I'm just gonna I'll get that stuff working after this dungeon. If I didn't have enough things to worry about, you know? That's right. They want us to heal in an old school way, then sure. I'm all over it. I'm all ears. I think it'll be just a 10. We're supposed to bat it, report it. If others can report the click casting from this new build, it'll help it get looked at sooner. Yeep. I don't even know if they're going to have another build, though. My concern is, what if they don't have another build before they go for, you know, Christmas vacation and holidays and all that good stuff, you know? Hi, Kafka. You can't use Blizzard's own click casting with this build. They broke it. They broke it for fun.
Champions,
Over under on blitz style overlays.
follow me.
I think
The Shadow Guard.
I don't think we're gonna see it right away, or if we do, it's not gonna be as obvious. I think that's one thing that's gonna be like. My conspiracy theory is they're gonna like watch for that or look for it like really intently or keep an eye on it or something like that beforehand as best they can. You know, if they notice people are hiding their screens or something like that. Because usually what happens at World First is they show your, like the players have their main monitor visible from like, you know, the big cameras behind them. But the second that, you know, Liquid or Echo or whoever stops doing that, then Blizzard will be like, okay, what the fuck is going on? Oh, at least I can see debuffs to dispel. That's nice. Yeah, it's a timeline feature, Ika. Yeah, I kind of doubt that it's going to happen in the first tier. Feels like something that's going to happen long term. Did you realize that they have for every dungeon another affix? How would you like it if that was always the case? I don't understand the first part. But the second part, how would I feel if there was always another affix? I mean, the affixes right now are just not really that difficult. They kind of like neutered affixes in general. Because they like refuse to make affixes that make your life easier. And instead, they just add affixes that are like a challenge, but they just neuter down the challenge a lot. Yeah. Those are players that usually have their monitors blacked out in the wide cameras. What they do is they have like big cameras that'll like overlook the entire like player room. And they'll black out their side monitors in that view. And that's always the like Aya X, you know, pictures of her that they put up on the production side. But their main monitors have always been like visible and stuff. So if there's some kind of illicit thing, then, you know, for example, like Liquid would not have their top-down view, so you couldn't see what add-ons might be on somebody's screen or what overlays might be on somebody's screen. Yeah. It's for everything else, as. I appreciate it, though. But it's for, like, every ability, not just a spell.
A willing sacrifice has
Hiding strats, obviously, nothing suspicious. Yeah, you know. But I mean, like I talked about in my video today, I think it's only a matter of time before add-ons, overlays, whatever, start going past Blizzard's like intended. I think there's gonna be a lot of stuff that's like legal that Blizzard did not intend to have legal. And that's gonna cause issues for them. They're gonna be like, oh, we didn't intend you to do this, but you know, our API allows you to do this, so what are we gonna do, you know? Yeah, it's not bad, Epicurus. It's finally up, Vital. How's it going, bro? Milky, saw that R Druid destruction. It's interesting. Well, was it? Were they nerfing R Druid a lot?
a willing sacrifice has been
They had fixes, but I didn't see anything get like ruined for it. Oh, he's at range. change. I can't even see with these frames. It's so bad. Exclamation mark, history, brutal. Sorry. Missed you there. It was weird. They threw me for a loop, Vital. I didn't even see the, like, real blue post of all the tuning. I just saw the, like, you know, the Shaman, you know, quality of life changes they made, basically. Yeah. But just type exclamation mark, history, brutal. It'll give you the song list and stuff. Yeah. So much has changed week to week. I just decided I'm not following beta until 2 weeks out. That's probably the best for your sanity, yeah. That's probably the best. Hey, Mike. Oh, Jack and the Rats escaped the nerf for another week. That they did. Do I have Bills or Pats? I feel like the Patriots are going to win it. I really do. I really, really do. Patriots look like young and frisky. Bills are kind of looking old. Kind of looking old out there. Very patriotic of me. Thanks. I mean, I want the Bills to win a Super Bowl. I want the Lions to win a Super Bowl, but both those teams ain't looking like it right now. Supposed to live in a city where football doesn't exist. You're missing out, Zauk. You're missing out. What are you gonna, like, raise your children on? Besides WoW, of course. I'd have followed Jets and the Mets. I would not make it 6 months. That's true. But that's all the more reason to not live there. All the reason not to live there. Oh, I can rip New York sports, man. Hey, hey, Aiden Raptures. We'll see how he fuck the Yankees. I have no idea how baseball. Well, I mean, I know like the how of it, but like I feel like baseball's really shooting themselves in the foot not having a salary cap like the NFL. It's so hype when like a new team can be good every year, you know? Oh, we're kind of fighting 2 packs at once. Yeah, Shaman's doing really well. I mean, you have so much passive healing that I'm healing, like, decently with garbage frames. Like, literally random garbage. That association is a big obstacle to a salary cap, but I don't blame them. Well, yeah, because some of those players would take pay cuts. Yeah, you're right. I want the NFL to have like a true development league, you know? They always make it some like big story, and they're like, "Oh, this guy like bladed the UFL or GFL or BFL or whatever," and then they came to the NFL. Oh my God, wow! I'm like, yeah, that should be like the norm. What the fuck? Actually, like, raise the quality of the game a lot. NCAA is the development league, yeah, but they don't do a great job of it. They're doing crazy shit in college.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Yeah, you can have a bunch of totems out. I don't... Yeah, so, like, what would I do? Let me put this to the test. I need to cast a Riptide, activate the totem, hit Nature Swiftness. And then that'll show it. I think you can have 2 out at once, though. This will be a good pack to find out. But this thing will not proc. Okay, totem, hit button, totem again. Stormstream? It looks like there's only one. Huh. So it looks like you can only have 1 out at a time. It's pretty shitty because it's really powerful. Yeah. Is the intention of the Apex talents to be mandatory for every spec? Yeah, basically. They want it to be like the new power increase. But the problem is, so many of the things, especially for a healer, are just passive. You know, it's like passive extra bonus healing. And I mean, that healing has to come from somewhere. Like, every healer only does a certain amount of healing. And so a lot of times it comes from your base abilities. Some of it comes from, like the hero talents, and the hero talents are a little weaker in this expansion and stuff. But a lot of it comes from, your baseline kit. I'll try it again. But I'm pretty sure I only had 1 Stormstream totem out. Well, right, that's the thing, Hunter, is like, I don't even feel like most healers really want to have the Apex talents. Like, it makes sense for Prez, because they got rid of stuff for Prez. They got rid of Spirit Bloom, and they basically rolled it into the new stuff. So, like, that's fine. No worries there. All right, 1 and 2. Oh, now I can. Okay, I think I was just totem capped or something. So it looks like you can have 2. It must have just been like too many totems out. Because yeah, now I have 3 Stormstream totems. I'm literally like not even healing frames. But yeah, you can actually stack them up. Feels good. Oh, Downpour's so good when you can stack. I think Monk is fun because you can always have, your Thunder Focus Tea as like a mini healing cooldown. And I think that Prez is probably the best one. Prez is probably the best one because it like, absorbed a talent that existed and then just made it passive. All right, Arlen, hit me, Nan. Let me know.
I sense great despair emanating from within.
Shows you 2 stacks, but when you use it, both stacks are gone. Only 1 is placed. Weird.
The Naru. They must get inside. Valyria, the skills you have learned can open the way.
Such chaos. The way is open. Hurry, heroes.
Beware that a Naru falls into poison. The few cases I know of have occurred when
When is brawl between you and Ellie? And do you know if Vegas is taking odds? Ugh.
This entity will die.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't. Hope you enjoy that.
Look out!
Hope you had fun. New build, yep, at last. Oh, and new animations. Let's go, W. Very nice new animations. This actually looks way better.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Uh-oh. Oh, we're back. Snort when you're at the wise mom and dad fighting. It's a tragedy, you know? Nah, but I'm gonna do it right after this, Joss. Paladin is next on the menu. Probably gonna spend a decent chunk of time playing Paladin, because I wanted to see how this Storm Stream update went for Shaman, so it's good. I think a lot of my thoughts still kind of hold true with, like, too much passive heals, you know? Druid didn't really get any changes, did they? They did some, like, updates to the CD Manager and, like, updates to Everbloom's, like, splash healing. So it looks like they have, like, a really well-rounded kit. Yeah. Watching Max try not to lose his composure. I felt like he was having a blast watching. Big lack of holy updates. Yeah.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Ellie was playing Pally last night. It's still kind of poopy stinky. Okay. Well, we'll try a bunch today. Yeah, having the control over the Stormstream Totem is dope. It's very good. I think Shaman's, or sorry, I think like Druid's like probably the most complete healer, if I had to say.
Shadow.
Burst out laughing. He said, "What world first are you watching?" And y'all are literally on Potty C. Well, my beef with it was like I was trying to make the argument that he was kind of like dismissing, like doing mechanics properly and efficiently as like a skill, akin to like doing damage well and in keys, or you know doing crowd control well in keys. And he was like, "No, it's just healing."
There will be choices.
And I was like trying to like draw the comparison to like let him know where I was coming from, but I feel like he didn't really get where I was coming from. And then he started talking about healer damage. And I was like, what are you talking about? I don't know. How do you move or orient the ability timeline? You have to like turn it on in the edit mode and then you get to move it. It's really weird. Healing's getting better, Casito. They're wandering. They're wandering all over the place, but they actually were doing some like real healer testing. Thankfully, in like raid bosses and everything along those lines. They were actually doing like real healer testing. There was real stuff going on. Oh, I agree, Zabasion. Yep. I agree that healer damage largely feels, you know, fluff and not valuable and not rewarding. Alrighty. Click. With a CQ? / click. There you go. That was so wrong in the top comment. It's so good. It's so good. Alt left. Oh no, yeah, quick find mode. Mouse over spells and macros, the catalog to quickly bind and add-on commands. You can use any combination. Okay. Cool. Surely this will work now. There goes my hero. Cool. How you doing, Llama? How you doing, Colony? But both you guys loving the debates. The podcast was fun to listen to. Good. I'm glad. We had like a really good debate, I think, on the Brutal podcast a couple weeks ago. And that's why I was like, oh, I think it'd be fun if we debate about something else. Didn't quite go the way I wanted it to go, but, you know, as long as it's entertaining. Why am I playing H-Pal? Just to make us H-Pallies happy? I know I can't make the H-Pallies happy. Come on now. I'm not Blizzard. I can't buff you guys. But Pally is my first healer, dude. Got a lot of love for Pallies. Just not necessarily Paladin players. I still feel like Wings is, you know. Try this talent, actually. One thing I said, Ellesmere, my dad could beat up your dad. Break into a system that we own, but the only person who had access was someone who left the company. Oh my god. Good luck. Oh, they updated Skyreach. All right. Friend of mine said you didn't go off so hard on the Brutally Honest podcast because I was in the presence of a lady. That's funny. No, I'll start a fight. I'll start a fight no matter what. Great content. It was some fun content. Even though it didn't have much of a point. It was fun content. Gave him a little bumper to work with. How you doing, Feck? Well, they made a lot of changes to Paladin. They gave him an overall nerf to all their healing spells, but they nerfed all their healing by 12%, but then they buffed, Word of Glory, Eternal Flame, 25%, 35%, 50% to Dawn Light, 100% to Sun's Avatar, 25% to Light of Dawn, nerfed Hammer and Anvil, nerfed the hero talent, or the Apex talent, buffed Holy Shock, Flash, Prism, etc. So like a lot of rebalancing, which is a huge thing I was advocating for a lot of specs. So we're gonna see how it goes. Previous podcast, Mega the hottest take on healing vision. She did actually. Yeah. Have I ever run a marathon or triathlon? My cardio has to be crazy. You don't really get your heart rate up that much on the treadmill. It's more to like. Oof. I would say it's like more so about getting steps in and getting like movement in during the day. Like I'd probably train my heart better just being on the treadmill in the gym, because I'll have like 12 or 13% incline or something like that, and then walk at like 3 miles an hour, and that'll get it going. But yeah, that's right. I do pug heal a lot, so I can get the heart rate going too. That's true. All right, let's do a little 12 Skyreach. Last debate you won against our H-Pally Masters, Elsheimer. We will never forget it. Elsheimer. But I mean, I'm just at my desk, I'm like at my desk all day. So it's a lot better, I think, for me. I think it's a lot better for me to, oh, shit. Yo. Can I add you and play later? Sec. Sec. Trying to be, I want to be like nice to the tank because I invited him, and I'm trying to let him know that I'm gonna get SOAS. Okay. Sent. Hopefully you can. Thank you. Hopefully you can game next time. Yeah. I don't want to be rude, but like SOAS like just hit me up. Okay. Start a new group. List new group. Invite. You're good. Oh, fuck. Okay. Hang on. JK. Buddy is wild. He can DPS now. Alright, gaming. Alright. So as you got a bro. We got a squad. I didn't watch the full potty see. Did I end up beating Elsmir's face? Yeah. Chat. Do I run Prism or Toll? What do we think? New healer debate idea, meet up in game, request a duel, debate until one of you dies. You won't get on a treadmill, but I'll spend 2 hours, 3 days a week in jiu-jitsu, getting choked out or choking others out. There's something very wrong with me. And you play World of Warcraft. And the one he hates, is it Toll? I actually don't know. Toll does work now? Alright, let's just see how Toll goes. Look it. Slash click. Quick keybind mode. D-Toll. Nice. Offer Blizzard trade. Take Toll and Holy Light. Get back CS. There we go. There we go. 30 minutes into the podcast. Loving it so far. Thanks. There's a lot of good discussion. Where you find it? It's Poddy C. Poddy C. Let's see, I can like pin it up at the top.
7. We're here without Dranos this time.
True, and no Dratnos episode as well. I didn't play any Lemix, nah. Oh, actually, let me go. I'm on a podcast. It's actually episode 90. Do they have to change it or something? What up, Zach?
Jackie boy, we really gonna have to wait around until April to play new content?
Oh, March. Not April, March. That's still a while. Thank you for the 33 months, man. Nah, I didn't. I mean, I got to like level 20 in Lemix or something like that, but not that far. Not that far. How you doing, King? Where's this guy at? What's up, Chip? Checked out a WoW the moment the Unleash thing happened. Couldn't stomach the Valor Stone grind. Yeah. Oh, you mean like the turbo boost? Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing is I just made a tank on Lemix. I just made a tank on Lemix and I just roll with that. I was playing Blood DK for a while. Alright. I think he is here. What up, Cabbage?
The void beckons us onward. Embrace it. Leave.
HPL changes from last night. We're gonna see. We're about to see. Where's my flasks? I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, I think it's working now. Nope, still not working. Still not working. I just want to cast my spenders. Why are my keybinds not working? Can't use Eternal Flame at the moment. It's making it kind of tough. What up, Crunchy? You can just ask your question in chat. I'm not casting that ability either. What's going on? I set my keybinds and now they're not working. I'm gonna go insane. Thank you, Colony. Dude, seriously, the bugs are nuts. Sec before boss. I need to keybind Eternal Flame. Cast it on mouse button 5, or I scream. I'm losing my mind. I don't get it. It's on mouse button 5. I don't get it. And then you are on shift middle. Yeah, and quick binds. You're not casting. I don't know. I'm just going to remove all this in case it's conflicting. Okay, R. Looks like it was. Yeah, I have to install Click. That's the exact same problem I'm dealing with right now, Callie. I installed the Click add-on, removed all my Blizzard keybinds, and then just rebound everything with the Click add-on. Pretty frustrating. Oh, they did change the fight around a lot. Yeah, I think this is better than having the big intermission. I would agree. Oh shit. Alright. Pally privilege. Excuse me. AC Lightsmith, we're gonna try it again, but they just did like a bunch of tuning yesterday. So I wanted to see how Herald is gonna go first, and then we're gonna go see how Lightsmith goes after. They really significantly nerfed Hammer and Anvil, which is like one of your biggest healing buttons for Lightsmith. Most complicated? Probably Prez. Yeah, you have a lot of setup required, a lot of stacking modifiers to play around, things like that. Paladin bad. Buff Evoker. It's been buffed. It's been strong. Oh, that's new. They added a new icon for externals in the frames. I doubt you could change them right now, but conceivably, if it's an object that exists, an add-on could then change that object and then like resize it. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, you could show overshields with add-ons right now if you use something like Dandar's frames. Like, I was able to make like an overshield bar. I don't know why Blizzard's frames just like do not allow it to happen, but yeah, it's insanely helpful. Oh. Trying to use it offensively. I don't know what's happening, but I'm getting away from that. Oh, that's pretty sick. What a weird setup for the fight. Huh. I get what they're doing, but it's like an odd way to do it. I don't know. Not bad, just odd. So far, it's felt a lot better. Just gonna bubble and stand in it. Trying to get away from that. Maybe if everybody's taking like really small amounts of damage, you could hit the light of dawn. Some of the changes for Pally, they did a massive rebalancing where they took away some of the power from Lightsmith, took some power away from the Apex talents, and put it into your builders, your spenders, put it into Holy Shock, Light of Dawn, put it into Word of Glory, Eternal Flame, Flash Shield, or so I don't know about Flash Shield, but definitely Holy Light, gotta change. Basically buffs your active heal spells, nerf your passive heal spells, which is, you know, the trend we've all been pushing for. It's encouraging, it's good to see. Good stuff. Yeah, we're getting... Eternal Flame still is little chunks, but it's larger chunks than it was before. Yep. I'll flash something at you, Rop. Flash them toes, goddamn. Oh, we gotta hide. We gotta hide. True, just a bit extra. Just a bit. They made a small change for Shamans where your Nature Swiftness now will activate your Stormstream totem. So you get a little bit more control. You can kind of pick and choose when you want to have it out. Oh, I gave up on trying to keep them together and everything, Rob. Flash something. You know what I thought about last night, though? Paladin's the only healer that has 4 different single target heals. Shock, Eternal Flame, Holy Light, Flash, you know? It's very strange. Next one up is like, you know, Monk, right? Always stuck it. I'm so slow though. Who took all of my horsies? Ugh. Turn off the winds. W. Thank you, team. 30 seconds. 30 seconds, Kia. But at least, because you'll get it 10% of the time from Riptides as well. GCD history bar is gonna be a thing? I hope so, man. I hope so. Good morning, Luke. How you been, man? A dump on my situationship. Can you post a Twitter thirst trap to cheer me up? Oh, sorry to hear it, man. You just gotta get out there, all right? You gotta go to some of those Christmas parties they have going around. I'm sure you'll find somebody to snuggle up with in the cold, cold nights. 1.68% P1 wipe on Dimmy. Woo! That's awesome, man. Once you get out of P1, I think the fight becomes a lot more fun. Emotionally vulnerable, seasonal depression, relationship roots. What could go wrong? Yeah, nothing. Nothing. Hey, Mix. Even when you get out of P1, you never really get out of P1. Yeah. Mood. Mood. Jay, thank you for the prime, bro. Oh my god, we had that 2 or 3 weeks ago. Just like chain wiping a P1 a bunch. Age Pally is a lot more playable. Herald especially feels a lot more playable. They fixed like a million bugs. And then they buffed your direct healing, which is a lot of the stuff, you know, you get from Herald as well. Holy Light, Flash, Eternal Flame, Light of Dawn, all that kind of stuff got buffed. It's nice to see. Yeah, Sun's Avatar, they doubled its healing. Actually, like, real healing now. It's crazy stuff. Oh, it wasn't even much. Nah, I haven't been using any Dawns. I'll get some auto procs from, I think it's Empyrean Legacy that I'm doing. Yeah, Light of Dawn is like a explosion around your character. How you doing, Kren? You get your weapon stuff figured out? Nice. FSF had just 40 ins. Oh. BP1 is 450. Oh my god. Yeah, where's the damage, bro? I think Prez is overperforming. Disc is like on the high end for sure, but Prez is on like another level in terms of performance. Is my son's avatar even going on? Oh, here we go. Does Sun's avatar not auto put out beams for you anymore? A lot better, Danny. A lot better, dude. I feel like I can actually do dungeons over 12 now. I felt like some dungeons at 12 are like really sketch on Pally, and now I feel like I can actually heal stuff. Yeah, maybe like 15s we'll get stymied or something like that, but 12s used to be like bad. Used to be like real bad. So I can at least say that's an improvement. Oh, that was on me. The Scorching Ray is just the zaps. Yeah. Easy money. Oh, I was fine on HP, but it showed my health as like the scavengers? That was weird. Oh, that was really weird. I think this is in like a good spot in raids mix. I think like Prez is like really, really OP. No bias whatsoever. I mean, Disc was strong. I won't lie. Disc was strong, Holy was really weak. See my holy power? I made a personal resource display, and then I turned off all the health stuff. Yeah. That's right. I cast the holy lights. You will cast the holy lights. Nice. Where next? Every time I watch your raid, this is right there with Prez. No. Prez is better. Prez is better. Ah, let's get that guy. No dissent. This strong Holy Week, yeah. Plus a much, much better way to set up output. I think, actually, I know my logs are in Discord. You could check them in the beta resource tab. I won't lie, this was good. I think Prez is a little bit better on average. Doing a little bit more healing. Okay, I want to look at Sun's avatar, because I guess I'm just not even taking advantage of it. Yeah, because it doesn't automatically put out any, so I actually have to do that in advance. Yep. Last time Prez wasn't overtuned in raids, season 2. Undermine, yeah. Carried in Manaforge Omega, carried in Nerevar Palace, disappeared, and it was Monk time and Undermine, and Dispriest time and Undermine. Yeah. Alcathar's kind of boring. Sure. My logs owner, Kalamazi, yep. Well, I'm in there too, Rob. So you know, he runs it for me. So I'm like, hey, screw it. You know, if he's gonna do it, I'll just run with him, and it'll be fine. I've not tried it, nephew. Nah, cook. What was not casting? Yeah, lay on hands is not casting. What the fuck, lay on hands? There we go. I think that was the only thing that wasn't casting. Yeah, you have to delete all your click casting from Blizzard's click casting, install click, and then set up your click casting with that. Yeah. Yep, alright. Quick bio. I'll rip more ads so we don't get any in the dungeon. I'll be right back. Alright, let's do it. I feel like Totemic Shaman got a lot better with the patch when you can force Stormstream totems at specific moments as well. Really test your healers on a no add-ons expansion to install an add-on. Yeah, I mean, they fucked up the build this week. What can you do? Chat, for the Lightbringer series, how do you pronounce his name? Is it Orholum? Or Oholum? Sorry, I had this like earworm. One of the like religious figure in the Lightbringer is called, it's Orholam. I think it's like Orholum. Anyway. Podcast was super. Glad you enjoyed it. It was fun. Can I sprint and heal? Not well. Not well at all. We tried that before. Late night JV one. Let's see. What's most surprising, the game will now text-to-speech your target's name. Based on some of the names I've seen in my time, this will be getting streamers banned almost instantly. Where is this at? Yeah, Pally is actually moving health bars. It's crazy. It's surprising. Oh, is it really? Let's see. Line setting for the visually impaired. Audio assist. Enable combat audio alerts.
Sample text.
Sample text.
Sample text.
Okay. Every 10%, you guys want to see it? Say my HP? Say target name.
Baby Brain 100%. Sozog 100%. Jacksomer 100%.
Jacksomer? What?
Baby Brain 100%.
Huh?
Jacksomer 100%.
Where's the S?
Jacksomer 100%.
Jack Simmer? Unbelievable, man. What are they doing? Say your casts. Oh, say your casts. Turn it on. Where was it? What the hell? Format. It's not doing it. It's not doing it. The fuck? So messed up. Alright, check. Everybody's here. Alright, I'm turning it off because it's going to be a nightmare. How you doing, Destro? Pally actually has, like, real heals, man. It's crazy. It's actually insane. Slash countdown 10. Wait, he said he was not ready. DK ready? Team Jacker for the body C appearance. Thank you, man. Alright, well, you didn't say anything. I turned on the personal resource display, Feck. Yeah. Feature challenge and punishment. Whole key with audio assist on. Yeah.
The void beckons us onward. Embrace it. Leave your sanity behind.
Midnight's gonna be a good time for a new healer to join. I think it will be.
I am delighted.
They've been kind of dragging their feet in some areas, but long term, they actually have been making some good changes to the game,
Things about new students.
especially to healing. So I am quite hopeful.
Some time since the academy has been open.
Like most of the time when I've been able to like make videos or talk about problems, like they either already made changes before I could post the video, or they followed through on feedback.
Please
Nah, I never use any of those guides, DeBreno.
clear them out while we realign the life magics of
The last expansion, I had it really easy, actually. Literally just like did the storyline on my main. And just only tunnel vision the main story. Did a couple like world quests and whatever. Couple little world quests or whatever. Finished out my levels, and then all my alts. I just did dungeons and leveled them all up that way. I really just don't see any point in like buying a guide to level anymore. I get it if it was like classic WoW, where you know it's super convoluted and shit.
There's too much life magic.
But honestly, WoW's pretty chill.
That is too much nature.
Make a video on whitelisting, blacklisting, so they'll add it before you can post. Well, I've already taken notes for a bunch of stuff. Yeah. Well, you know, I've technically talked about it on the podcast before, but not on video of mine. So by the time I put it up on my channel, you're right. It'll be fixed. Yeah. Well, I think with this whole externals thing, it seems like they're gonna just allow you, if it exists, it looks like they're gonna allow you to like change it, move it around, resize it. So it should be fine. It should be fine. We go the opposite way. Because this one does not really matter. I see you so as trying to make my life harder. How did I not have sack? I thought I hit it. Did I follow up better there? Let's see, a lot of beacon, eternal flame, holy shock, flash, then holy light. I'm getting a lot of free light of dawn healing just from Empyrean Legacy. It works out as like a nice kind of overall healing increase. Good luck. Oh no! I'm hitting you with the tempo res. Ah. I believe in the tempo res, man. Card game player? I played a bunch of Hearthstone in college. And then I grew up playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah. Was not good at any of it, but it was fun. Yeah, dude, I fucking loved Yu-Gi-Oh! I had this, what was it? The Millennium Shield. And I made this, like, stall turtle deck, which was not very good, but people just couldn't kill me. And I would go to this hobby shop in my small town growing up, and they would have a dedicated Yu-Gi-Oh! Day, and they would have a dedicated Pokemon Day. And we would literally just, like, run around, be menaces, get in trouble, and play cards and stuff like that. And my older brother, Robert, he is 6 years older than me, and he's my half-brother. And so one day, his brother, not mine, Steven, yeah. One day, his brother Steven was at the hobby shop, and he was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! As well. And I remember I pissed him off so badly because he had this aggro-ass deck for Yu-Gi-Oh! And he just could not get past the Millennium Shield. And that was like the rarest card I had, I think. And I just remember how like stupid angry he got at like 10 or 11 years old because he just couldn't kill me. It was really fun. Actually, I had like 2 pieces of Exodia, but I don't really know how rare those were. I feel like everybody and their mother had like 1 piece of Exodia. I also remember there was this like shady card shop in Manassas Mall. This is back in Virginia days. And they sold, oh, it's funny you mentioned that, Farf, because they had this like, I guess it was like all in Chinese, but it was the head of Exodia. And then I think I ended up getting it like checked out, and it turned out to be like a fake card or a counterfeit card or something along those lines. But I was like, oh my god, I have like the head, and then I think I had like, you know, a leg and an arm. And I was like, oh, I'm getting all the pieces of Exodia, I'm gonna make us an Exodia deck, and you know, Obviously did not find all the pieces. Yeah. It's good times, though. Fairly new to M+, last season was your first full season doing it. Wanted to ask, how's the dungeon pool in terms of difficulty? Dungeons always are more difficult in beta than they are in live. So, you know, they'll be hard right now, or a lot of them will be hard. But I think the quality and, like, the reasons why they're hard are, like, good. You know, it's not like random bullshit just comes around and kills you like in Priory, you know?
I will activate the goals for Lishra.
Yeah.
That is talent toss for you soft skins. Use them to get her attention.
A story about Exodia, like the first time the manga author went to a tournament, he saw a guy run like a cheese fetch deck and win with Exodia on turn 1 and went home and wrote Exodia out of the story. That's great. I had the early mangas for Yu-Gi-Oh! As well. They're fucking dark, dude. Like one of the first times that like Yugi like transforms into the Emperor, I guess. He like stops a guy's heart who's like some criminal or whatever. I was like, whoa. Like super intense scenes, and I think he like gave him like childhood trauma or something along those lines. And the guys are all like checking out the girls' asses at basketball practice. I don't know why I remember any of this stuff. But there were there's no cards. There was no card game until like the second manga or something like that. I mean, I guess it was my introduction to fan service. But I never really read a lot of manga past that. We got the Shadow Realm, at least from the English dub. True. That's right, Chips. And for a final interview for a job, saw Jack live. Hell yeah, let's see how H-Pally works. See, those buffs are needed so bad. Let's go. Good luck in the interview, B. Also, I like how, in the show, what was that guy's name with the Millennium Eye? That fucker. That fucking guy. He literally just like, ha, I have all the Toontown cards, and like, Pegasus, thank you. Pegasus is like, I just have all the Toontown cards, and they're all just like, way power creeped better than your shit. So messed up, man. Fuck that guy. He deserved it. He deserved what he got. He deserved it. Most powerful card in any TCG, mom's credit card. That's facts. I remember my dad getting on me for how much I like spent on Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but I like had a summer job. He just didn't like that I was spending it on cards rather than. I don't even know what he expected me to spend it on. He was not very nerd friendly though, you know. He didn't get that stuff. No, I haven't played cards in years. I haven't even played Hearthstone in years, man. Typical dude stuff, I guess. I don't know, I was like 12. Drugs and alcohol like a real man. I'm like trying to think. I'm like, what would I even be spending money on at that age besides, you know, random collectible stuff? Like my nephew is 12 right now. And he gets, you know, he has to do chores. He has an allowance from his mom. And he spends it on Legos, Warhammer, Battle Bricks, which is basically Legos, but like military stuff. And I'm like, yeah, this is exactly all the shit I would spend money on. I was not buying real estate at the age of 12. Nah, I did not have that Sigma grind set going on, man. I was a lost 12-year-old. I should have been. I should have been. Need to get on my grind set. True, Celia. How you doing, good gamers? $10, $15 worth of booster packs from Magic in 03 with only nickels and dimes. Yeah, I had that too. I had the change jar. Yeah. critical mistakes. Not buying the real estate. Spenders feel a bit better so far. Damn. Just exploded. Yeah, only having Crusader Strike when you have Avenging Crusader up. If you're spec'd into it, of course. Oh, man, this hurts. I don't know what's one banging people. I don't know. You had to sneak away as a kid? Wait, did he fly away? Oh no, he died. What the fuck? Can I see what's killing everybody? Looks like Blizzard updated their healing meters, yeah. Or their damage meters. Yeah. Going Shaman XX back as far as healing is concerned. Looks a lot better. I think it needs another, like, buff or ability to track or something. A little bit more brain power required. Be perfect for me. Nah, no death logs. I think it's a caster. Other podcast and Potty C, thanks for all your insight on the next expansion. You bet, ISO. Appreciate you checking it out, dude. It is okay for some healers to be simple. I think it's just like 1 degree too simple for my taste. You know, it's like a 4 out of 10 in terms of complexity. And I'd rather be, you know, like a 5 or so. But that's, you know, just my opinion. If you disagree, I'll debate you on the podcasts, on the battlegrounds. Make it easier for the console crowd, yep. Yeah, there's your champion of the debate. There we go. I want to find like a topic that I could debate him on and then just like do a YouTube video about. It's kind of tough because like you gotta be like prepared in advance for like a debate, you know? Car may be a master debater. There we go. Dream job. Start at eye level over on the beta. 276 it looks like. Debates were lame for that reason. It's just a contest to who's more prepared. Well, that's why it has to be for like an opinion. Because if it's, you know, structured debate on like something, I don't know, real, then yeah, it's like who has the best factual argument or something along those lines. Pally's feeling better. I'm doing a pretty easy dungeon though, to be fair. This is kind of like my warm-up before we do something really difficult like a seat. I think I'm gonna try to do a seat 14 or 15 after this, and then we'll be able to see. But like Alcathar Academy is like, it's pretty baby town frolic in terms of healer checks. Ooh, have Tattles moderate the debate. There we go. Oh, did they fix it, Burr? Nice. Remember when Socrates was so terrible at debating with people and convincing them, he made up a bunch of rules so he could attack his opponent rather than convince anybody? Didn't that guy just like know nothing? Tell to moderate and people would still say he's wrong. True. Which dungeon is the best shot at getting a 10 in week 1? Algathar Academy. You're looking at it. You're looking at it. Yeah, we did Shaman as our first key today. It felt really, really good being able to control that. Boggy's past the EMT registry. Now I can heal IRL in game. Let's fucking go, Kozest. Congrats. I think Shaman's in a good place. Just, you know, like I said before, want a little bit of extra complexity into it. Is being a Twitch streamer worth it? I think so. I mean, that's why I keep on doing it, right? Yeah. I mean, it's ultra omega level difficulty to like carve out a living if you're not living in like the middle of nowhere and have a super cheap cost of living or something like that. Like when I first started streaming, the only reason I was able to pay my bills was because I was working like esports events and commentating and stuff. It took me a couple of years before it was like more than like pizza money. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I started streaming like over 10 years ago. And I was talking to literally like myself and then like random, like anybody who was in chat. Like John is like one of my oldest mods and I had like 5 viewers and I looked at the viewer list and I was like, hey, John. And, you know, literally just like called people out. Probably not the best play, but somehow it worked. So when I was in college, I worked at a Cold Stone Creamery and I worked at a seafood restaurant. So I had a couple different jobs. It was a lurker nightmare. Yeah, like I had a couple different jobs and then for like a year straight, I posted on the midweek mending threads on the WoW subreddit and like answered people's questions. You know, I was writing priest guides on my guild's forums and was like making content about that. And that eventually led to me working for Warcraft Priest. And then I worked for Wowhead. And that was my first like paid kind of gig with anything in WoW. So I mean, I would say the biggest thing is if, you know, you're in college right now or something like that, I would not try to be like just a content creator. You want to look at like making videos and, you know, kind of just branching out with more than just streaming. Because the biggest problem with streaming is that there's like no discoverability. You know, people will look at like who is the top of the list on the directory, and they'll click on that, you know? Yay. So like you can have, you know, great content, but if nobody's able to see it or get it in front of them, then, you know, you're not gonna be able to bring people in. Yeah, like I did it on hard mode. I started streaming before I really started focusing on YouTube.
These are sacred halls of learning. Only those registered may access them. Learn from this.
But I mean, I think if you're ever trying to get into like making content or anything these days, best thing you could do for yourself is like just learn to be an editor. Learn to make good videos, because that's also going to be like a really marketable skill just in general for like a big boy marketing job. Because now every single corporation, you know, has to have a TikTok page or a Twitter page or whatever, you know. All the brands are on Twitter talking shit to each other and making little drama. They'll be like, no, I'm Wendy's, I'm the best, and no, I'm McDonald's, I'm the best. You know, just it's pithy stuff, but apparently it works. A lot of them are using AI, yeah, and like that might continue for a bit, but I think long term people get good at seeing what AI is, and they'll be able to like. I'm sure there'll be some good from it, obviously, but there'll be a lot of slop. Corporations creating drama, making jokes and comments is some dystopian type shit. Well, you know, I think there's a lot of things that if you tried to explain it to your past self a decade ago, they would think that's some dystopian shit. So, you know, world's a wild place. Going into CS so you can destroy AI? Let's go. Take down Skynet. Oh, I agree, Moon. I agree. Finally, good news. Got the email from insurance. Your workers' comp claim is accepted. Let's go. Good shit, dude. Glad to hear it. Seems like everybody's got some good news today. Let's go. You don't? Well, I hope you have some good news to come around soon, Rybread.
You won't be so lucky next time.
I've been so worried you have to work on that busted knee. Yeah, that sounds awful, man. Glad you don't have to. But needs to still change for Holy Pally? I'd be fine with Beacon getting another nerf. I'd like to have Judgment have a lot of heal reduction. I think Judgment does too many things. Hmm. $14 seat. Was that random smite nerf? Who knows, man. I probably will play another heal this evening, but I want to do, I don't know, 2 or 3 more keys as Pally. Something like that. Pally's been feeling a lot better. This is going to be the, like, big boy heal test, though. This will be the big boy heal test. Just gonna stay dead. Nobody wants that again. All right, read the room, Vlad. Read the room. These holy shocks make Ellie crash out, or will they heal? They did a decent amount of healing. I think they could be stronger, of course. But they, not nearly as bad as it was before. Don't want that. Seat.
An entity from the void has emerged.
Oh shit, actually.
It must not be allowed to spread its corruption.
Oh, can someone get a 14 scroll? Good episode, by the way. You and Ellie were really feeling it. The passion for healing showed. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate it, dude. Void disc for all at midnight so Vlad can seek therapy afterwards. Nice. Do I? At the moment, it's going to be a while before we get a Void Weaver disc, though, unfortunately. Don't count on it, Vlad. Don't count on it. H-Pal meta, please. We'll see. I feel like even if Pally gets into a good healing spot, it'll still struggle because of the lack of raid buffs. Probably H-Priest got nothing but another nerf. Testing M plus again. It feels like a struggle. Don't have high hopes for next week's raid test. Well, if anything, it can hopefully show how much it needs a buff. I feel like the struggle is always when like a spec is not good because of bugs, but it doesn't really like show for whatever reason. So that's my hope. At least that they can like properly highlight how bad it is. Very good chance it'll be Druid, yeah. The Pally auras not count as raid buffs? They kind of do, but like it's 3% DR, but if you activate the buff, it goes to 12%. It's not a damage increasing not a damage increasing raid buff compared to like versatility from druids, or I think shaman is what, mastery, right? That's kind of what I mean. Yep. At least for now. We still got time. Give it time. Because you got to keep in mind, it's December and we're going to have all January to change stuff around. February, we'll get a good idea of like what the final product's going to be. March is launch. Is SOAS coming? Or is he gone? Is coming back. He didn't say anything. He just poofed. Let's see. DK coming. There he is. He said, okay. To me, Shaman Mastery is not being terrible as the canary in the coal mine of if Blizzard is successful in making raid healing better. That's a good way to put it. So what the hell is the point of having your healing do more output at lower HP if people are actually not dropping or staying low, you know? Anything they new added for the UI? They did add an external tracker. But it doesn't work for things like BOP, oddly enough. But it does work for SAC. Very, very strange. It is indeed about what to do. It's a start. Well, every new thing they add is another thing an add-on will now be able to manipulate.
Your fate entwines with mine.
That's the positive side about it. At the very least, you'll be able to manipulate it and maneuver it around a little bit, do different things. Whoop. Feeling younger in my mind. Oh no. I'm dead.
Only
Yep.
the strongest survive.
Yes. Glad to have Beta 2 stream. Hey, Benwick. For the first Tony Hawk Pro Skater game? Yeah. remember I think it was Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. One of my favorite parts was like each different skater had like a different special move. Like one guy would do backflips. I think you had to be Tony Hawk to do the 900. Yeah, I think all your spells, all your like active spells feel a lot stronger with Paladin right now. I think they could feel better. I think a lot of healing is still tied into like Judgment, for example. There's still a lot of talents. I mean, Imperial Legacy is kind of a good example of it, where like you're just sort of randomly spewing out Light of Dawns after ability casts. And it's just like a talent you spec into that doesn't increase your direct output, but it just kind of does other stuff. Yeah. Hey, appreciate it, Punk. Thank you, bro. Oh. Yo, Moon, thank you for the 3 months. I like how the Apex talent, Spirit Fog, plays out, Rich. I feel like Monk has like a million heal sources, though, and it almost feels like it gets kind of watered down. Oh, actually, every 30 seconds I have wings, or I have a Divine Toll for this.
The Shadow Guard is building up its presence near the temple.
Did Ellie give you permission to play Pally? I've seen him playing Fellowship lately, so if he won't test Paladin, then I will. Nah, I know I think he played it last night.
Figure out their motives and put a stop to their
Pro Skater 3 had Darth Maul and Wolverine. Oh, that owns. I never had that one. He was very critical last night. Might have to watch the VOD. Who live? Like we say, Monk barely got pruned at all relative to others. It makes sense they have a bunch of sources. Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't know where they would take power out of for Monk, but I would love it if my Shayloons hit a little harder. Because I think they overdid it with the Emperor's Legacy nerf. I think that's the one that makes it single target. I really like the idea of like having your Shayloons hit like a hammer, especially if you have stacks for it. But having it only do 20% more healing seems like it's way too little, so I'm not sure what the happy medium is. Ellie disliked having a hard cast heals. You have to hard cast more in beta than in live, so it makes sense you dislike it. Yeah, that's very fair. So far, it feels like it's very doable, but also, yeah, you have to hard cast. Yeah. Fuck, I did not mean to do that. Oh well. Surely next pack's not gonna be bad. You know what? Now it's worth. Midnight Promising? I think that they are making healing better, but they kind of do it like in stumbling fashion sometimes. They still have not made like
Poor holy
the
priest.
biggest change.
Please don't make me learn disc.
This right, mic'd. I'm gonna be saying, get ready to learn disc, buddy. Thank you for the 14 months. Hopefully not. I mean, like, Holy Priest is at a point where I feel like it's very visually, like, undertuned. Like, you can really see how much, like, weaker it feels. So, hopefully that's enough to get it buffed. Hopefully. Kigalian? K-I-G? A-Lion? Kigalian is a very, very frequently streaming Prez stuff. Yeah. Let's go, Meg. Wait, were you just sitting there silently as we talked about Monk and just kind of lurking? Been here for a few? Shit. We talk about Monk and Meg arrives. Yeah. Oh, in a beta, wonder why half your clickcasts stop working? Yeah, it's a hardcore bug. I swapped to click. And just bound everything there, turned off all the other stuff. All the Blizzard default stuff. Yo, you cannot be betraying me here, punk. Hold up. Meg, do you think they need to, like, prune any spells or take power from a passive heal, put it into an active heal? What are your thoughts? Jack calling out lurkers again? True. It's a disease, man. Can't help myself. I feel like it's more of like a Resto Druid season for keys at the moment. Have a tempo res. I gotta be quicker to cast Holy Lights. I really do. Just like the gameplay, I think numbers just need tuning. Do you think it's like an overall healing thing or like specific to certain abilities that need to be buffed? Just overall stuff? Okay. can't, like, click through this. I have to go to the side of the frame to actually heal them. Oh, that's annoying.
Thank you for removing the obstacle
Exclamation mark playlist.
stack, heroes. Yes, this will be nice.
I think it should have like a 2000s bangers or something like that near it.
Temple, feebly trying to break.
Something like that. Shaylin's with 10 stacks feels appropriate, but Shaylin's with 1 or 2 feels too weak. I can see that.
I'll see to opening the way once he's taken care of.
Why is Prez overperforming in raids not in M+, is the fact that it needs to know when damage is going to happen, and M+ is more unpredictable. Well, it's more that there's plenty of times where healers are, like, strong and can heal a lot and all that other fun stuff and keys, but if they're not bringing, like, a raid buff, or they're not bringing extra, like, value to the group, then they often are not brought. Ooh, ask me after this boss, Mel. We have 2 more bosses that are, like, big heal checks. They made it better. They upped a lot of your direct healing spells. Largely nerfed passive spells, Apex talent stuff. So it seems like they're doing some good rebalancing, at least. They're getting there, Dippy. They're getting there. I was honestly hoping there was not going to be much in the way of healer changes, because I recorded a video for 2 healers, and they both got changes this week. So I think tonight I'm going to have to review that footage and find what parts I have to cut out that are outdated and record some new bits. But I'm glad they're getting changed. I'm glad they're getting changed, though. Blizzard's just moving faster than I am, man. This is so surprising. It's weird. Upload and post a video with big new changes, clickbait the next day? Yeah. For real, man. HP main, we don't have a raid buff, but we were in Mythic Dimensius World first. So that means we don't need a raid buff, or our utility is enough. Okay, so the raid buff thing kind of gets... It's an inaccurate term for, I guess, what we're talking about. So raid buffs, a lot of times what it refers to in like the M+ conversation is like more specifically tools that increase the party's damage in a substantial way. That's like Mark of the Wild, that's Power Infusion, that is Sky Fury, things like that as like a raid buff, you know? But it is, to be fair, inaccurate. Because, yeah, Devotion Aura actually is a raid buff, but it's a type of raid buff that's more valuable in a raiding environment than an M+ environment. 3% DR is all well and good. Can definitely help people survive in high-end keys, but it's also more valuable to have something like Versatility, which gives you damage reduction and damage. So that's where Probably a more accurate way to put it. I got a bubble. Also, world first kind of goes with like, you need to bring a Devo aura from some source. What's the best class, or what's the best spec of Paladin to do that with? And a lot of times, I mean, in that world first, especially, healers were kind of filling in the gaps with raid buffs. And then they brought Preservation of Okers for like the raw output, you know? That too. Yeah, smaller raid sizes and everything like that. Small party size in dungeons. Oh, nice. Hallie's been pretty strong so far. Divine Toll feels really good too. I think he hit a ball. I don't think that was just the damage. Oh, what the fuck, lag? Come on, don't, no! Fuck, man. I have like 10 binds, Quinek, in click, so they're not on my bars. Yay. Tragic. Really wanted to heal that last boss. On it back. Can't even see what that is at the bottom. I assume that's Eternal Flame. I am using click right now, Misery, because Blizzard's click casting broke today. But now when, you know, of course I got DC'd, everything reset, and, you know, all the fun and stuff there. Yep. Tune down Ashen Hollow? There's no such thing. I usually walk at like 1.2, 1.1 miles an hour, something like that, Seb. It took like a couple weeks to get used to it. It took a couple weeks to get used to it.
Interesting. Keep it real.
An entity from the void.
Let's reload UI, save our changes. The vibe regarding the latest changes to Holy and Disc. What changes? What changes? There was some like benediction, rename. Yeah. Maybe wonder if there was like a third page. I mean, there was like this, and I think they nerfed like, I don't know, Smite or something. You know? They nerfed like Prognosis a little. Not really anything. The click casting for Blizzard broke today, Stuke. This stuff all broke. So I'm just gonna delete all of it. I've not seen any prop Paladins. I haven't seen a prop Paladin a single time tanking my keys. Not a single one. Still cooking with Priest? Yeah, I think that there's a good chance Holy gets some buffs coming up. There's a good chance. Seemed like Cell will be supported in some way or another, Dev said in Discord. Ooh, really? Let's see. Is there an announcement somewhere? From user ender. Let's see. So we're positive there will be a compatible version of Cell for Midnight, somebody asks. And then the developer said, I describe it as the ultimate stripped down version of Cell. Don't expect the features to be as powerful. It's on Blizzard that I don't entirely disagree with the changes. You know what that means? Cell is back, baby! Never left, always has been. Chat, Cell's back, okay? Get with the program. Cell is back. Cell is back on the menu. Why do I even love that line? I fucking love that line. Meat is back on the menu, boys. W. Healing shortage saved. Alright. Already check. Sorry, it was yapping. The orcs had menus. Well, yeah, they weren't born yesterday, dude. Just like a week ago.
The void.
Sells a healer raid frame add-on,
Embrace
which is my favorite add-on.
sanity behind.
That sucks. I don't need my guild tell me default frames are for chumps for another expansion. I mean, they've gotten better. I'm literally using them right now. Oh my god. I'm gonna bust a gasket. Oh my god, I'm gonna bust a gasket. Some of my abilities are still not working. Ooh. Some of my click casts are not working again. I don't know how to fix this. Shit is enraging. I literally tried it before we started. Yeah, it's just not working. Hang on. It's sick. I need a reset.
It lasted a little longer.
Lose my mind. Cast Eternal Flame. Button 5. Like, why? Why does button not work? Like, fuck. Why does this button not work? I'm hitting mouse button 5. It's bound right here. Why does this not work? Keybind. Fucking Eternal Flame. It has been bound. Like, I don't understand. What's going on? Why don't the buttons work when I try to get them to work? Well, yeah, I know, and that's why I swapped to click. Okay. That's why I swapped to click, because it wasn't working. And then it was working, and now it's not working. Like,
An entity from
I lose my fucking mind, man.
to our world. It must not be allowed to spread.
Does this work? So now click doesn't work, but Blizzard's frames work. Like, I don't get it, man. Just rewind again. Oh, they fixed the cleanse. Nice. All right. Conceivably, this will work. Nope, it's not working. What is this? Look, it's just not working now. It was working for a second, and then it stopped working. I don't get it. It literally was working and then it stopped. It was working and then it stopped. Now this doesn't work anymore. Relogging. Yeah, it's default raid frames, man. I'm so confused. Yeah, I don't know what they broke. I don't know what they broke, man. I'm not using any add-ons. What you just saw was 0 add-ons. Looks like they're going to develop Sell for Midnight, yeah. I don't think they have any working versions yet. I literally just cannot cast my abilities. Yeah, doesn't work. Doesn't work. Lay on hands, eternal flame. Divine toll. Quick keybind mode. Lay on hands. Added cast. Alt middle button. Cool. Eternal flame. Mouse button 5. Cool. Bind toll. Shift middle. End. I didn't, Xander. Losing my mind, man. Boy, you keep trying to get me to do stuff. Pretty please, just like chill. I'm trying to figure shit out. Like, what about this? What about this? Like, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure this out, man. Like, right there, I cast Eternal Flame on him, and I have no idea why. I cast Divine Toll on him, but I can't cast it on my own frames. I can only cast it on the Death Knight. I don't understand. I don't know what to do. Why does this work this way? Everyone's alliance. I have these party frames, so I can't cast on certain abilities on other people, but I can on the DK. No idea why. Okay, so unbinding the click casting now works. Okay. Okay, I got it. Unbinding. Alright, ready, check, let's do it. This beta build is cursed, okay? So you might be like, oh, like you should have just disabled the Blizzard stuff from the beginning. But let me tell you, it's insane because I had all the Blizzard stuff turned off before, and then I DC'd, and then I still had the Blizzard stuff turned off and only had click on, and then click didn't work. I don't know. I don't know. I did, yeah, I did quit the game and launch it again. Yeah. I've never, in the 10 years or so that I've been playing beta, had as weird of interactions as that. All right, please still work. Please still work. I guess I'm using Dandar's frames. Let's do it. Yeah. I'm gonna bubble that. Oh, when my abilities work, I feel like I got tools to actually deal with the problems. I don't really love having a hard cast. But it seems like no matter what we tell Blizzard, it seems like they're just like, make Holy Light good? Okay. And they're just kind of forcing it. I wish they would get rid of... Wish they would get rid of it. What can you do? The Beacon of the Savior is really helpful for these heal absorbs. It's not quite as clear. I feel like I didn't make the negative heal absorbs quite as clear with the add-on. But yeah, you can see him right there in red. But he has Beacon of the Savior on him, so he's getting a lot of healing. Am I okay with Ellesmere again? Yeah, of course. We can have a little debate. We can have a little yap. Yeah, absorbs you have to heal through before you can actually top somebody off. How you doing, Catalia? Nah, you only activate Light of Dawn from Empyrean Legacy. But you potentially could, I don't know, on like last boss maybe? If you had like excess holy power and... people are not taking like that much damage, you could definitely do it. Yeah, finally some spec icons. It's a good lesson if you flame Blizzard enough, they'll make some improvements. I don't think it was like the #1 prio, but they got it fixed pretty fast after raid testing. When everybody saw it. But Pally still have flash from Shaman lost lesser healing wave. I don't understand why Paladin has 4 single target heals. It's very strange. We've got Eternal Flame, Flash, Holy Light, and Holy Shock. 4 different abilities that heal one person.
Champions, over here.
Still look at Pally as a tank healer, yeah.
Follow me.
Well, they're certainly not doing much tanking right now. You're getting annihilated, I've been hearing.
Disrupting their lives will benefit us all. Also, their commander here has a particular item that would be useful to me.
Figure out their motives and put a stop.
I think they should definitely remove Holy Light. Yeah. I'd be pretty happy if they like prune Holy Light, put more juice into your builder spenders. I think Holy Priest be invited more to M+ when healers lose their kicks. Not because of that. They'd have to make Holy Priest do like a ton of healing and contribute to the group in really good ways or something. Why remove Holy Light? I don't really want to cast. Yeah, honestly, I don't really want to like have a huge amount of my healing sourced from casting Holy Light. They're going with this like, I don't know, old idea of like you can have these like more powerful heals, but they cost a ton of mana, so you have to be really careful about how much you cast it. You can fill in with flash, which costs like nothing. And I'm like, well, wait. I don't even want to cast to begin with. Yeah, the blue line at the top is overshield. Dude, healer DPS in general is so bad. Yeah. It's a nightmare right now, dude. This DPS isn't that good either. Yeah. Like, Void Weaver can do a decent chunk, but still nothing crazy. This is so much. Oh, that's so lucky. I got the absorb on me, and I had bubble. Ooh. This is really tough with Rift guy. Yeah, it's in my Discord and stuff, Peep, or Pepe. Yeah, open up my Discord, go to the Midnight Beta Resources channel. I don't have an export for the Danders frames yet, but my default frames are like, they're actually pretty good. Whoa! That was a big crit. I think I got my first crit out of Holy Light in a while. Should ever try for somebody who's never healed before? Maybe Resto Druid. Actually, Shaman. Do like Resto Shaman. Do like Totemic Resto Shaman. I have a build in my Discord that you can just yoink. Yeah, I'm running into mana problems here. Really bad. I just have to cast Holy Lights. And it's like, well, technically you have the mana, or technically you have the healing capability to deal with it. And then I'm just like burning all my mana to the ground, casting Holy Lights and Virtues. Yeah, Archer is definitely not that hard, but I feel like somebody's brand new, I would still recommend Shaman to them. I think Shaman's like a 4 out of 10 in terms of difficulty. Druid might be like a 6 or something like that. Druid's really, really strong. They did like a ton of pruning for Druid. Got out of a lot of what I think are pretty unnecessary, like hots, and just gutted them, removed them. Got him out of here. I think Holy Priest has like a pretty solid design, but way too much healing coming from Way too much healing coming from Cosmic Ripple. Still, even after they nerfed it. So it's like, Holy Priest is like passive healer heaven. Disc got some really good changes, though. I think they did a really good job of like revamping Disc. There's still some talent tree stuff that they could fix, make better. They've got a good idea as to where it's heading. I get the bubble. My calories day today, about 3,000. I'm trying to get into a bulk. We're still missing orbs. This makes it so tough. Drinking. Not there. Not there.
You'll find their viceroy near the entrance to the temple, feebly trying to break in. Eliminating him will give us an opportunity to get in ourselves.
Probably needs mana? Yeah.
I'll see to
Unfortunately, man.
once he's taken.
Unfortunately. Ray testing? Yeah, I've done all the ray testing so far. There's, what is it, on Thursday? Next week? In fact, I ate like 3 hours ago and now I'm hungry again. Oh yeah, we always stream all that stuff. Dude, that's what they did before coffee. They like, we were back after killing like one of the Rift Guardians, and like I was in the back, and they like pulled everything, and I walked into the poll with like 10% mana or something like that. I'm playing Herald right now. They put in a bunch of nerfs to Lightsmith, so they're gonna be a good time to try Herald. What's driving me crazy right now is I cannot for the life of me get these procs. Keep hitting Divine Toll and not getting any infusions. Paladin harder. I'm slamming those hammers down as hard as I can. So I get for arguing with Ellesmere. Hey man, you're talking about it. Something must have gone right. Nobody's gonna listen to the healers without drama anyway, you know? Yep, I had a little under desk treadmill and a standing desk. I still don't like how much I have to cast spells, but I do like that my active abilities feel stronger. I just don't really want my active abilities to include casting Holy Light a lot, you know? Max and Dorky knew that in order to fill the Yap gap from Dratnos not being there, they need to get two healers to feed off each other. I made it easy. Try to keep him alive if I can. Get interrupted. Okay, now he's dead. No, I like Holy Power. I just don't like the casted spells. Flash feels really good whenever I can just hit it instantly. Especially when I have situations like this where I got a Virtue up. I'm like, oh cool, I got stuff. gonna do big healer damage. Woo! One more infusion. One more infusion. Come on. Man. Never lucky. Still with the no infusioning. There it is. Now we can heal players. Yay, now I got an infusion. It's so weird. Not having it off crit strikes is so frustrating because it feels like Divine Toll doesn't force a proc anymore. Yeah, it's really frustrating when it's really frustrating, yeah, when you have to worry about mana. Ooh. This fight would have been over by now. Oh, my treadmill even stopped. Oh, man. W, we did it. We did it.
Great despair emanating from within.
Both won because of the engagement.
Yes, the Naru. We must get inside. Valyria, the skills you have learned can open the way.
Should every spec work that doing damage regens mana? I like the active mana regen idea, but it doesn't always have to be mana based.
Such chaos. Such anguish.
H probably feels like it's got the output, but it also has to care about mana a lot more than other healers do. I don't love casting Holy Light. I like how Flash works with like infusion and everything. But it makes me wonder of like, what if they just removed Holy Light and then took all that power and talents and just made, you know, your spenders and Holy Shock feel better? Why not? You know, it'd be like a really nice HPS increase was if you had a higher chance to proc infusions at a Holy Shock during your wings. we like missing chimes or something?
I
Alright.
simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Did the chimes not get killed? It's just wild there. But definitely feels better. Definitely feels better than what it was before. 100%. Alright, one sec. They nerfed a lot of incidental healing for Pally. They nerfed the overall healing of all their spells, and then they buffed all their active abilities by a larger amount than the nerf. I think I'm using click now. Yeah, I'm using click now because the Blizzard's click casting was not working. He said the DK was coming back. We'll see. I mean, if you're not a fan of casting Holy Light, then I still think you're not going to like the spec because, you know, it's expected. Exactly what you asked him to in your video. It's pretty damn good, right? Now I'm kind of in the position I think other Pallies are too. They don't really want to cast Holy Light. They took the strength from Holy Light, put it into other stuff. Could be pretty good. Could be. Sad being an adult, having to do all the adulting. Nice, relaxing in the evening with stuff like this. Yeah, man. Don't worry, you get better at adulting as time goes on. It gets easier because you get better at doing it. We're dying again? Yeah, the moment built-in's broken caps is frustrating me to no end. So I was using click casting by like Blizzard before this, and it was working fine. But whatever they did with this latest build, it really fucked with stuff. He's back. I need a proc here. Come on, I need an infusion proc here. Never lucky. Look. Oh, I guess there's not really anything else. All right. Exclamation mark playlists has got my stuff. All right, that current fight: Eternal Flame, Shock, Flash, Holy Light, Beacon, then Dawnlight.
The void is a force of change, of transformation. Shadows are fluid, ever
Singular. E.
Feel the fallen Naru's power. It beckons me.
You stand on the cusp of destiny, Illyria. There will be choices to make.
Significantly harder on Pally. Yeah, part of it I can definitely play better. Like, there's definitely the like play better angle of using your virtues as you're having another round of ads coming out type deal. But I feel like the spec has like some decent power, but also severe mana restrictions. Want to grow tall and merciless like you? What kind of growth hormones should I be taking? You know that's true though, right? If people are like short and they have money, they buy human growth hormone for their children, and then it makes them taller. Yeah, actually a real thing. The first people that like started doing that are in their like 50s or 60s, and at least up to that age, they haven't actually found any negative side effects that affect their quality of life. Pretty interesting. I don't think my bloodline is ever going to have to worry about that, but it's a real ass thing. HGH gives him a large heart. Not that they found. I don't know about using it later in life, but using it in kids. They did it in like the 80s, and they didn't find any, like there hasn't been any enlarged hearts in the people that are now adults. Yeah. Your kids don't have that issue? Your youngest is 5'8", 13. She's taller than most of her teachers. Holy shit. Yeah. But yeah, you know, the more you know. My dad just like made us eat milk and cereal every morning, and he said it was the milk that made us grow taller. I don't know. Could be. Encourage you to inject your children with growth hormones. Don't listen to any streamers for advice. Don't listen to me on any advice except for playing World of Warcraft. Or if it's a sponsor. Or if it's a sponsor. In Norway, we really focus on milk, and I'm tall as fuck. Yeah, I mean, that's what my dad did. He's 6'6", I'm 6'4". 6'4" is like 193 in European measurements. Your kids subsisted on chicken nuggies and baby carrots. You make it sound like they're a little like bacterium, a little protein swimming around here. Yeah. A little bacterium in the goo. I mean, the next thing for like rich people is they're gonna like genetically modify their kids so that they're CEO branded genotype or whatever it's called. That's gonna be fun. Got a bunch of like American psychos running all over the place. Gegenschall. Thank you so much for the prime, dude. What's this word mean? counter sound. So it's like a sound that answers. The few zombie movies that start like that, I mean, we probably could start another one. I'm sure that there's going to be some kind of awful, awful shit that's going to happen for doing that we don't know about. Just has a ring to it, no pun intended. That's fair. I got my name literally just from like a sci-fi book I was reading at the time when I was playing WoW. And I was like, this sounds cool. Like, screw it. Got my disease dispel. Don't worry about me. Is this one? No, it's up here. Way up here. Yeah, it's weird how that kind of stuff sticks with you, you know? Coffee ASAP is my government name, believe it or not. The crazy things they do in New York City. Crazy things. Weird. Alright, let me get a snack real quick. I am starving. Who knew? Alright, one sec. Alright. Yeah, buddy. I get food. Damn, we can't even find a single DPS. Yo, GN, good gamers. Hey, what's up, Gosling? Gonna wait for the dander frames? Yep, that's what I'm doing right now. Druid's probably... Yeah, Druid's easily the best for keys at the moment. It's pretty easily the best. Oracle Disc is fun, but it feels like the Atonement's not that strong. Void Weaver's just straight up weak. Holy Priest is pretty fun, but it's also just weak tuning. So, a couple healers like that. Pally's been feeling better, though. Pally got changed a lot. I think Pally will be looking a lot better when it comes to... I think Pally will be looking a lot better when it comes to rating after the changes they made. Yep. Drew is just so nuts because, like, you just put up double rejuve on everybody and nothing can stop you. You're not even like, you're not really cooldown based. You just need to apply all your rejuves, you know? Mana management gets easier, I guess, in Raid. But you're also like, you constantly want mana. Like, you really want an interface so you could just cast Holy Lights all the time, which is like fucking stupid. Like, I don't think Paladin players want to cast Holy Light. I don't want to speak for them, but that's been kind of the vibe I'm getting playing it, and I would not be surprised if I'm not alone. No. No more 3 Eternal Flames to top you off. Maybe 2.5, Gosling. Yeah, it's a little better. Well, think about it, right? Holy Light is, I don't know, 5 to 8% of my healing or something like that. What if we took that juice, put it into Shock or Flash or Eternal Flame? Imagine that, you know? What would it be like? If we just pruned a little further. I don't think anybody would be like, oh my god, I really wanted to stand still in melee casting Holy Light. What the fuck, man?
The void beckons us onward. Embrace it. Leave your sanity behind.
Father, not even fit to labor in a quarry. Relish these final moments, for soon you will be nothing more than mindless undead.
You will have to make your way across this quarry on your own.
It happened again, chat. My click casting's not working properly again. It picks one person, and they're the chosen one that I can cast spenders on. But I can't cast it on anybody else. Nah, I didn't watch the Game Awards. Were they good? Sick. Healing stuff isn't working. Need to reset. E33 got Game of the Year. Nice. Oh yeah, what else did they announce? The Obscure Expedition 33 game pretty much swept it. Damn. I can't heal you. Oh, so I had to reset. He's 2-1 something, Soaks on something, the rest is basically E33. Okay, let me remove that, hit save. Okay.
The way forward opens, and your fate entwines with
Please be working again. Please still work.
Fodder, not even fit to labor in a
All right, we're cooking.
relish these final moments.
I am running Hand of Divinity. I think it's very good, Theon.
Mindless undead.
And we're gonna use it right here. Holy shit. Yep. I wish I could show you an action tracker, but I just smashed those double holy lights and everything started feeling a lot better. Bro, kick Nether Burst. Kick Nether Burst. W.
What can I do for you?
So Pally actually feels like it does healing, but the big issue I feel like is you still got to cast a lot of Holy Light to do big boy healing. Like in this situation, I have Toll, and I luckily rando procced my infusions. And so like that looked pretty clean, healing that up. But if I did not proc the infusions, because they're random, they're just a chance now, it's not based off crits anymore, then we would have a significantly larger issue. So like, it's on me, I'm gonna cast a Holy Light, I'm gonna fucking die to a bolt.
wasn't necessary.
Oh, that actually worked out really well. I cast a Holy Light into the not Beacon of Savior target, and then followed it up with an instant flash. Whew. I don't know, Keed. I know Platinator does, but I thought Plater was doing something too. Oh, I saw that. They have a new shooter from Apex and Titanfall devs. Yeah. Total War 40k isn't that appealing to me. I really want a medieval revamp for Total War. I miss those games. I don't know why, but I feel like the setting matters a lot to me. Maybe it shouldn't. Those games are fun though. I didn't really enjoy the Greek version of Total War. You had to like barter food, and like I feel like I was like running out of something constantly and fighting a war of resources even while trying to like build in my place. The macro is like, I don't know, maybe a lot more than I was expecting. If I could bop him. Yeah, it looks like the bop worked. I think. Oh my god. Nice, we are getting some dispels. W team. Tank stealing healing from me? Well, they can't really design a version of tanking where you actually have to heal them and they don't just instantly explode. I wish they would. But I don't even want them to try now, because every time they actually like try to balance tanks and try to like make healers have to heal them, tanks just insta explode and die, and that's not fun for anybody. And then nobody plays tank, and then you can't play the game. Yeah. It almost feels like tanks need to have, like, way more HP. I don't know. I feel like I'd love to, like, talk to one of the devs from Fellowship about it and, like, how they tuned or designed their tanks. Because it feels like a lot of times there is, like, plenty of steady healing that you can do to a tank. The build yesterday actually feels like Paladin can do healing now. Bro, there were times before this build that I just couldn't do anything. People would just die. People would just fucking explode. So we've gotten away from that at least. But now you have to cast some holy lights. I'll check after this, Vlad. Thanks, man. I checked 2 hours ago and I didn't see anything. But I also only installed it today, so let's see, I have it open. And there's an update. W. That might be the thing that fixes it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, don't trust any math from me. I'm not a math person. Yeah, it feels like Pally kind of has mana issues. Mainly because whenever you need to do like big dog healing, you're forced to cast Holy Light. And that's not mana efficient at all. I'm just gonna Devo. Little bridge Devo. Ooh. I feel like they added a lot more damage to this fight. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know, maybe I didn't notice it before. Fuck, my mana, dude. Imperial Legacy? I think I'm running it right now. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. Come on, give me enough mana. I need it. Let's go. Yes. Yes. I'm so Oh, good night. Oh man. Oh. But yeah, I'm running Imperial Legacy right now. It's probably getting some really good value in that fight. Just being pure rot. Or micro drinking, or that even with just drinking. I mean, that's like a Khajiit like rot fight. I don't know how long that boss fight went, but it felt like an eternity. But definitely Paladin needs to be conscious of his mana a lot more than other people do. Our druid thrives in the rot? It does. Paladin, not so much. I don't think there's any situation that Rested Druid doesn't thrive in, to be honest, though. Add specs into the damage meters. Feedback works. I'm sure they were so sick of seeing that in forums and streams and everything. People hated it. We're living in the future. This feature's never existed before. True. Thank you, Blizzard, for providing it. I know, rip my chat activities in. What can you do? Alright, I need that micro drink.
We could probably use these parts. Arms and legs are in short supply. Thanks for your kindness.
Ah, more rot. More rot. You know, healer's gonna be meta already? Not long term, but we know it's good right now, and like Druid's good right now. But there's still plenty of time for like specs to get nerfed and buffed and all that kind of stuff.
Must not be interrupted. Take care of them.
It's all good as Viche. Don't sweat it, man.
The dangerous one is over there. Fool. Enough moving around. Hold still while I blow them all up. Must not be interrupted. Take care of them.
God, how do we clear the rot from the ground? And there's just more. There's just more.
The dangerous one is over there. Fool.
True, we should kill the boss.
Enough moving around. Hold still while I blow them all up.
I'm getting line of sight indicators.
Must not be interrupted. Take care of them. Get that one. I changed my mind. Go get that one instead. Attacking him for? The dangerous one is over there. Fool. Enough moving around. Hold still while I blow them all up.
Welcome to the island. Stand right on top of you, so hopefully when they aim spooge at us, it'll be at the same spot.
Must not be interrupted. Take care of them.
Oh, never mind. I was like, oh, I can finally go in and shield the righteous. Just kidding. Almost there.
Go get that one instead. Attacking him for? The dangerous one is over there. Fool.
Oh, man.
I'll tell you everything.
How does beta and plus compare to Fellowship, APM, focus-wise?
Is all that awaits you.
One of the things I think Fellowship does really well on is tank healing. I was actually playing it yesterday too, and it was like, it's fun when you can have an active like part in helping your tank stay alive. WoW just really doesn't have that. I mean, I can do like a little bit here, and then it kind of hits a moment where like he gets CDs up, he just kind of gets like the cleave healing that I'm putting out on other people, and like there's no real point in me babysitting him any further, or I gotta get my attention pulled elsewhere for other people. Let's say in that vein, Fellowship does a better job in terms of heal checks. I think Fellowship is too friendly with their heal checks, which I guess makes sense. This is a brand new game. With with it being a brand new game and all. That Lich is running at us. I say WoW still has a lot more like crowd control required, a lot more mobs to stop. Fellowship has a lot more like, we're just gonna auto attack. I personally really like the 4-man content, if only, well, partially because there's a lot less overall responsibility required in a 4-player group, but also because it's a lot more concentrated as to who does what. So there's less kicks, less stops. I think they usually tune the heal checks so that, you know, you'll like have defenses when you need them, you have cooldowns when you need them. I should do a better job creating scenarios where only the tank's taking damage. Yeah, I'd say so. There's definitely a lot of mobs that'll like do party damage or extra damage onto the group or something like that. That definitely exists. Oh, we're over there. That absolutely exists. I don't think Blizzard's just found a good way to like make tanks need healing, but also have some self-sustainability. I'm really curious as to what Fellowship does, because I think I don't know how tanks like it. I don't know how like, you know, Yoda or Dorky or any other tanks who played both games feel about it, but as a healer, it's definitely really fun to heal them. Tank healing is like the thing to do during downtime in Fellowship. And for WoW, it's like do pithy amounts of damage that doesn't really impact the key. You know? Like, alright. I'm doing damage, I'm trying to help. Best healer for M+, Druid by far. Yeah. Like super mana efficient. You're not really dependent on cooldowns to do healing. You just do really, really high sustained healing. Stack up rejuves on people. You can heal through every heal check. Your prio healing's great. You still have good crowd control even though they got rid of the kick. You know, you still have Roar, you still have Vortex. All that good stuff. Druid. The cat flit. The kitty cat. Plus, raid buff good. You know? Raid buff real good. Ever tried healing a WoW, but having fun with Sylvian Fellowship? Do you think it would translate okay to Druid at midnight? It'll be different. There'll be an adjustment period for sure, but there's a lot of like best practices that come with healing that you'll already have, you know, a good handle on. The nice thing, Sharath, is there's also follower dungeons in WoW that if you hit I in game, you can look at, and they basically are like bot dungeons that you can kind of get, you know, get a feel for what's going on. It'll help you understand, like, okay, these are what the mobs look like, this is the damage they're doing, this is where the threats are kind of coming from. It's a nice way to kind of get your feet wet with it as well. But like Sylvie has a cross between like Druid characteristics and like Shaman characteristics. So it won't be like a one-to-one, but there'll definitely be some familiarity. How is Shaman, or how is Sylvia like Shaman? Heartbloom is very, very similar to Cloudburst Totem. Oren, thank you for the 5 gifted. Welcome in to Kato, Glaze Seraph, Morton, Blade, and Xanton. Appreciate you. Her ultimate, Sylvie's ultimate, also places like an effective Spirit Link totem that redirects everyone's health bars. But there's no range requirement, which makes it really, really OP. I wonder if Freedom works. It does not. Unfortunate. Yo, thank you again, Oren. Appreciate it.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Tragic. I feel like there's like a third thing. HPL's alright, but you gotta do so much casting, man. I should have just been casting Holy Lights from the beginning on this pull. These liches are just pulsing AoE and doing crazy prio target damage. Perez is really, really strong in raids. I think it plays better in keys, but it's still like just a lot of setup and a lot of work compared to the other healers to do well. Discouraged by the state of M plus healing. Our druid or bust is crazy. It's early. It's still early. Like, we still have potentially, I don't know, another month of like design changes, like talents getting changed around, house specs work getting changed around, stuff like that. And then we're gonna have tuning afterwards. All my channel points that Jack Main's priest again. I wonder how long I can have a prediction up. That would be good. Of the same conversation every patch. Yup. Time is a flat circle.
Heroes, to me.
Yeah, shockingly, I am gonna main priest again. What can I say? I'm faithful. It's fun, dude. I mean, in raids, this expansion in the War Within, I played exactly half disc and half holy on progression bosses. So my game plan is I'm going to do Priest, obviously he's main, and then I'm going to play 2 other characters. One of them's almost certainly going to be Fodum. The other one might be Fodum, might not be. It'll just be whatever I enjoy the most. And then I'm like really going to focus on those 3 at the start of the expansion. All the rest of the healers I'm going to have in like maintenance mode. And like, you know, I'll do like a weekly vault on him or whatever, but I'm not going to like play him a whole lot. That's the early game plan. I don't know what the healers are going to be though. Way too early to make any committal. Healing over time is okay from Eternal Flame. It's not great. It's something though. But like if you see it right here, you know, it's like it's ticking. It does something. You're leaning Prez and Shaman? We'll see. Can't give away the game too early. Alright, who gets punched? Who's getting punched? Yo, appreciate it, Shell. This is from Wrath. This is an old dungeon from Wrath. Before I even started playing the game.
Such a shameful display. You are better off dead.
Yeah, repeat the questions then.
Such a shameful display. You are better off dead.
Oh no.
Such a shameful display. You are better off dead. Such a shameful display. You are better off dead. Possible.
Brave champions, we owe you our lives, our freedom. Though it be a tiny gesture in the face of this enormous debt, I pledge that from this day forth,
How's Evoker? Strong. Does big healing.
path of light you cut through the shadow of this dark.
Does big healing.
This day will stand as a testament not only to your valor, but to the fact that no foe, not even the Lich King himself, can stand when Alliance and Horde set aside their differences and
Leaning to the barriers for HP and get rid of the heal over time. Like my chunky heals and extra mitigation would be preferable. I want them to get rid of Holy Light. and then just make your builder spenders really, really strong. And I think that would
The
own.
Frost Queen is gone. We must keep moving. Our objective is near.
The guys were like blaming the tank for aggro, and they were like standing in the middle of the mobs. It's very strange. Like standing in the middle of the mobs as they spawned. Yeah, I mean, Pally has 4 different single target heals. Holy Light, Flash, Eternal Flame, and then Holy Shock. Super weird. Super, super weird. All right, we've done a lot of Herald. So let me do a little AC Lightsmith. Let me see how this goes. So I want Awakening. I feel like I can move away some stuff. Holy Light survived the pruning while Healing Surge got removed? Yeah. Wait, are you SP? LOL? Yeah, we heard that as well. It's like back to back. I don't know if I want double infusion. But I'm already casting the judgments anyway. I feel like Empyrean would actually do a lot of healing. Just gotta find out what I would put there. I feel like if I hit wings, having a couple instant Holy Lights would help a lot. I try Empyrean. I feel like a lot of these extra infusions aren't really going to be going into flashes. What have we not done? Pit, Seat, Skyreach, Algathor. Actually, we've done everything. Let's go back to Skyreach. I mean, I get that it's been around for a long time, but they've taken plenty of things from priests that have been around for a long time. They took away our Fear Ward, man. I don't know if age is the best reason to keep things around. They remove flash heals. It's closer to word and shock. Kind of, but I like its interaction with infusion where it makes it instant cast. I guess it sort of feels the same, but it's a different instant cast that works really well. Because the way that they've set up Holy Light, it's like this slow, incredibly mana costly spell. You're like winding up and taking all this time to put out. I feel like Flash should be removed to make Holy Light work with Infusion. Flash should be removed, make Holy Light work with Infusion. Infusion reduces cast time and mana cost, or only mana cost. But then you're still casting. I don't know. At least for me, I don't want to cast. At least for me, I'm in the anti-caster squad. Even Mr. set to cast sometimes. Oh man. Too true. Too true, big dog. Yeah, I mean, low cast time or low haste, so the cast times are a pain. That's also true. That's also true. A lot of people who miss Holy Pally caster stuff, I know they do, but they're wrong. Oh, man. I'd like a Bloodlust. Legion Holy Pally was casting Flash, and it felt good as it was decently fast. True, it was really, really quick. And also, a lot of your healing back in Legion came from Aura. That'll be good. Lots of your healing came from Sack Aura. You pop wings, pop your Aura Master at the time, and you would blast so much healing. Alright, / click. Still not working. Still not working right now. Let's see. Nope. That's working. Let's try this again. Oh, actually, yeah, I had the click update. So the reloading. I thought reloading would have fixed that, but we'll see. We'll see. Change the base UI also on live to get used to? Nope. It's gonna be bedlam. It's gonna be bedlam when that pre-patch hits, dude. They're kind of adding new things every week. Like this week they added when you put an external on somebody, it's like big icon in the middle of the frames. Nope. Maybe it brought it back? Nope. Wait. Now it's working? Does this still replace Divine Toll? It does. Seems like it's working now. Okay. Ready, check. All right. I have to like, I'm so paranoid. I gotta like check all this stuff in advance. Alrighty. Let's roll. Light spins to be locked into Divine Toll or you don't get your hero talent? It does, man. It's so strange.
The void beckons us onward.
Hey, man, I'm looking forward to when we get to use Cell.
Leave your sanity behind.
I'm looking forward to it. What are you looking for, Red? Yeah, the latest changes did a lot of nerfs for Paladin's incidental healing, and then they buffed a lot of their direct healing. Yep, Cell developer announced he's still going to be developing Cell. He said it's going to look different, and, you know, because of Blizzard's restrictions, it may not do all the things it did before, but he is going to be developing it. Herald felt way better. And now we're trying out Lightsmith. Yeah, they did a fat hammer enabled nerf. So this is kind of a good dungeon to try. So I can at least see what's going on. And hopefully we don't get turbo punished. Nice. Get hit by the first time and then he learned. Oh, you know one thing that Fellowship does a lot better of a job than WoW at? It's teaching boss mechanics. Now, not everyone's going to learn the mechanics, but a really cool thing that they do in Fellowship is they pace the fights so that you see all the mechanics kind of like isolated. You only see this like dash bleed between two characters, and then you only see the soak on its own that everybody needs to get into, followed up by an after explosion at that location, and then you only have to deal with like the tank or the boss dragging everybody in. And so they all kind of happen in like isolation first, and then later on as the fight continues they start comboing them together. I really wish WoW would do more of that. They do it sometimes, but I want them to keep on doing that. I want that to be like the regular policy, you know? Oh no, Fizz! Oh shit, rip Fizz! He was clever. He was pretty clever with the goblin jump. I don't know, did he die? Somehow? I don't know how his corpse is over there. Oh no. Bro, so what happened was, a lot of times whenever you take a res, your body kind of appears at the location you died at for half a second, and then it goes to the new spot. I think what just happened was Fizz temporarily was at his death's location as a chakram was going above him. Did the chakram kill you? The second time? Oh, fuck. Why am I dying? I don't even have a sack on him anymore. My sack got disabled because I dropped too low. Just toss the shield to him. Move on. Yeah, bulwark shields are still really, really powerful. I don't think Keeper's awful or anything. Just Wildstalker's better suited for dungeons. I like the overall idea that Holy Priest has. It's pretty, straightforward. A lot of flash shields, a lot of serenities, especially the new talent, Ultimate Serenity, where it just cleaves and hits everybody. They just don't do enough healing. Like, Holy Priest just does not do enough healing right now. But it seems pretty obvious, like, in raid testing and in keys, I'm like, I just need to do more healing. You have way too many heals coming from passive sources. Like, you're the most passive healer right now. Second only to, I don't know, like, Lightsmith Paladin, what I'm playing right now. Yeah. I'd say the strongest healer right now is Resto Druid for keys. But I like how Disc is playing. Void Weaver feels a little weak. Oracle, I think it also... I feel like the 5-man healing, 5-player healing change they made for Atonement is not quite working as they intended it to. It just feels like Atonement in Dungeons is just a little weak overall. Just remind me after this, Deathlord. I'll check it. Well, it's beta. Like, tuning in beta is all over the place. It's really not a big priority for them. Yeah, Archon is very weak too. It sucks because Archon's really fun. Yeah, I really want like a Surge Prayer of Healing build to have at least one season to shine, you know? I like that one a lot, Frodo. Ultimate Serenity feels really good. It just, the numbers need to be a bit higher. There were definitely some bugs where, like, if you run Ultimate Serenity with Lasting Words, then your Serenity cast is going to apply, you know, the renew to the target, like Lasting Words usually does. But every ally that gets cleaved from your Ultimate Serenity also gets renew. It's really cool. Like,
Your survival.
please. Like, we can soak. Just don't aim smashes at us. What, the Ultimate Serenity thing, Narawan? Because it changes the text of Lasting Words when you spec into Ultimate Serenity. Too fun to be intended? The text changes. It's crazy. But Blizzard might be on board with a little bit of fun. Yeah, a lot of changes to Paladin. They nerfed a lot of their incidental splash healing. And then they buffed all of their direct healing. So they nerfed Lightsmith, what I'm playing right now, quite a bit. They nerfed down Hammer and Anvil. So we're going to see how it feels. But they added a lot of buffs, basically to like Herald. You know, buffing Eternal Flame. Buffing your Holy Shocks. All that good stuff. Buffing Holy Light, buffing... I think they've buffed Flash. I don't remember. Definitely Holy Light. So H-Pally, I feel like I can heal the content, but I also have to worry about mana way more than everybody else. It's on wowhead.com. Oh, fuck, man. I didn't see that was happening. Yeah. I should have bubbled that. I should put intercession on my bars. I don't think I have a res. Yeah. Archer is the least straightforward healer. Never played it, and even with reading all the talents, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Keep your life bloom up. Wild growth before damage happens. Use rejuves on advance of people taking extra damage. And then hit regrowth to do the real healing. Yep, talent into the I think it's called life treading, the auto efflorescence talent. GG easy. Put light bloom on somebody taking damage. Nah, you don't care at all about the wild growth healing, man. Wild growth is a mastery hot, mastery stacker. Just put the wild growth down and hit the rejuves. Put the rejuves in the bag. Or put the regrowths in the bag, I should say. They even made the tier set bonus like work with wild growth, and it's still just like a mastery stacker. So silly. We're gonna summon another ad. Big ad focus. Wild growth text replaced by increases regrowth healing by X%. Yeah. Pretty much. Stalker, do you multi-dot your bleeds? Yeah. You want to, what's the builder one? I think it's Rip. Rip all the things. Oh, shit. Ah, whatever. Brings me to the gateway faster. Puzzles or non-combat challenges in dungeons. Keep the puzzles in the world quests. I don't know. I'd rather have, like, faster dungeons. I'd rather have faster dungeons if I could get whatever I wanted. Usually ends up that the puzzles are just kind of killing time. And I think being focused for 30 minutes straight is already like a pretty big committal. I want like 15 to 20 minute dungeons, a little bit longer than Fellowship, but shorter than we currently have. Disable the goofy and non-combat shenanigans in RP and M+ mode. Yeah, I agree. A lot of times it's like very frustrating having time in the dungeon that you know you cannot like do anything about. I don't mind if you have to like, you know, get onto click a portal and then you fly or something like that. I don't mind that kind of stuff, but I definitely mind the like long RP. This area is like okay fighting against the winds. I'm sure it's gonna be more annoying in pugs when people fail it and are just like lost. The dungeons are too short. Hope WoW doesn't take that route. Yeah, that's why I think like 20 minutes might be the sweet spot. I do agree, it feels a little too short. I think around 20 minutes would be about perfect, though. Because there's some dungeons in Fellowship that are like 12 minutes. Streets nonsense, record stars, NPC hunting, yeah. Which one, Buffett? Oh, Windrush Totem? I think they still have it. That'd be weird if they didn't. Yo, what up, Tick? Around the camera, all zoomed in, trying to see if they're holding a book or not. Yeah. It's fun, I think, when you first do it. The very, very first time it was introduced, it's like, oh man, this is really fun. And then, I don't know, it kind of gets on you. Over time, you're like, all right, I'm kind of over this. Like, probably good now? It seems like Herald is better than Lightsmith, from what I've seen. Paladin's, like, better, but I would not say it's better than, like, Druid or any of the other classes that are, like, kind of leading the pack in terms of healing right now. Crazy Holy Indus builds, Lucy. Absolutely insane. They really know how to treat us. Herald better when that happened last night. They nerfed the overall healing for Paladin, and then they buffed all of their direct healing spells. They buffed their builders, buffed their spenders, buffed their active abilities, stuff like that. I have a take here. I feel like they're too conservative with changes in early beta and alpha. 100%. Well, what happens is, like, it almost feels sometimes, I would say they're doing better this time than they did in the War Within. Give credit where it's due. I think they're doing better right now than they did in the War Within. But in the War Within, I felt like they kind of ran out the clock on some changes. And then they're like, oh, well, like, it's too late to make changes. Next expansion, or next tier, or next time, whatever, you know. It took them a while to, like, you know, get Disc in, like, a better spot. They're touching the water with their toes. They just need to commit. I agree. I do think overall they could be doing a lot more. Yeah. Wait, it targeted the tank. Why is it targeting the tank? That's so messed up. Expect Rested to be OP all of beta, get nerfed in the ground around actual tuning, then slowly become OP again as we gain hate towards the end of the expansion. It's been a pretty common occurrence. Maybe. I've given up on trying to predict what the future's gonna hold. Yep. I've given up. Word of Glory is a lot stronger here. Holy shit. No longer the futurologist. That's right. Snigende B. Thank you for the prime, dude. I had a lot of Light of Dawn healing. And that was all like Empyrean Legacy. That was nice cross synergy between Awakening and Empyrean Legacy. Well, that's one thing you can depend on, at least, Coffee. So I kept getting so many guaranteed Judgment crits that I was activating a crazy amount of Light of Dawns. Hammer and Anvil got nerfed quite a bit, but still out there. It's still somewhere. Next year's gonna be another Evoker tier, and you'll have Pally and Monk along with it. Double one of the other healers. At the moment, yeah. It's weird to me, Lucy, that they didn't do more before the next raid test. You know, like, yeah, they're making Paladin better. But they didn't really do anything for Priest. Yeah, because you would think, you know, to your point, Lucy, take really big risks, then you have another round of raid testing, then you get to see what's wrong, you get to see what's busted, and then you make some more changes accordingly. But I don't think they've made like enough changes between, you know, each of these tests. Yeah. Or like the melee build we lost. Yeah, it's like a pure melee setup. It's a pure melee setup. I don't know if there's any other talents I could mix around. Yeah, will do, Deathlord. Like, it'd be nice to get Shining Righteousness, but it's not that insane. I guess there's not really anything else that's like, oh my god, I really want this. Disc secretly OP? Disc is really good in raids. I think they have something wrong with the atonement modifier. They changed around how atonement works, so it's no longer like X% more in a 5-man. It's just like you heal more with atonement in lower raid sizes kind of thing. It's like the same thing but different, but it feels like atonement's just too weak in dungeons right now. Yeah. What healer hasn't been fought since Dragonflight? Holy Priest. I wish that's how that worked, Sniffle. I wish that's how that worked. No, I don't think that it's the same thing, Boomy. You gotta cough up the $90 or whatever it is, you know? What other healer has not been fought since Dragonflight? Depends on who you could ask. I mean, Prez kind of had Prez was like top 3 in terms of title representation in Dragonflight Season 1. But that was the last time. Disc obviously had its time to shine. Shaman had its time to shine. Druid has time to shine. Paladin had its time to shine in Dragonflight Season 2. Monk had it in Season 3. Do I have that right? I think so. Yeah, it's kind of been everybody. Except for Holy Priest. Yeah, since Dragonflight. Pally had a revamp in Dragonflight Season 2. That was like really, really good. Shaman the top healer though, Season 1 of War Within. I guess they kind of eventually got eclipsed by Disc in Season 1. But there's still a lot of Shamans that are at the top end. Yeah, they said since Dragonflight. So, since Dragonflight, Holy Priest has not had a representation. The end of Shadowlands, they did. Yeah. I think you have the best argument, Evasion. It wasn't technically, according to our definition, Shaman hasn't like been ultra dominant at the end of seasons, but they really did like blot out the sun at the beginning of the expansion. Priest gonna shine this expansion with the defensive changes? I hope, man. I hope. What's M plus meta looking? Don't say Druid. Druid. Sorry. Still made in Totemic regardless of meta, but can't pick an alt healer. Any thoughts? What are you into? Like, what do you not like? What have you played that you don't like? You hate melee healing? Then I would say play Priest. If you want to do some damage, play Disc. If you just want to sit back and chill, play Holy. Yeah. Right. Exactly. You're in like the technically correct evasion. I respect it. Technically correct is the best kind of correct. What about Warlock? What do I look like? Kalamazoo? Do I? Because I don't have a beard. Oh, I have no idea. I think it's good. Was Wick in chat? Yeah, they made changes to Paladin. McNasty. I just love saying your name, you know? So they did good stuff to Holy Pally. Are you a demon hater? That's a good comeback. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. So they basically nerfed the incidental splash healing out of Paladin and then buffed its direct healing, is the TLDR. They buffed all the builders, they buffed all the spenders, they buffed all that stuff. So Herald's good, Lightsmith less good. Yeah, not a shred of priest tuning. This week is the whole like TLDR of changes this week was Shaman can now control their OP totem with Nature Swiftness. It'll just give them a charge of that Storm Stream totem. So there still is the random element with Riptide, but you can also just force it with Nature Swiftness. And then Pally had like There was an overall healing nerf to every ability, and then they directly buffed all the direct output, the active abilities. So I don't think Lightsmith is as good as Herald now, but Herald still has to cast Holy Light. Totemic Shaman's chilling on mana, Zeb. Yeah. I was even like mashing downpours when I played Totemic Shaman, and I was just chilling. Like, Totemic Shaman's really good with a downpour setup if you can get most of your group into it. And even some bosses will force the entire party to be stacked. You see it in Seed of the Triumvirate, which is a really good dungeon for it, too. This third boss, it, like, forces you to stack for specific mechanics. And then you have your totem down, and you just hit downpour, and you splash tons of healing onto everybody. Holy Main and not really loving putting everything into enhanced, upgraded Serenity. What would your vibe be? What would you like to do? I personally would love it if I could cast Prayer of Healing and then it would reduce the cooldown of that upgraded Serenity. Well, which it does, right? But like I need Poe to be worth casting and not super expensive to do so. And then you can have like your AoE healing element and then you have your cleave healing element out of the Serenity. But I'm kind of glad I'd be getting... I want to get rid of Sanctify in dungeons as a Holy Priest because it just does not feel satisfying to use. So rarely does it feel like it's good to use. H value being raised, triage spot healer or triage healer or spot healer. They're kind of the same, or general AoE. It feels like they're going to go and do more triage, especially with a lot of like infusion procs going into flashes. Your spenders feel a lot stronger, which is really satisfying as well. You know, Divine Toll, 30-second cooldown. You're constantly able to just put out more Eternal Flames on allies. Yeah, I don't think that they can find a happy medium either, Lucy. Because I put together like an Archon Holy Priest build in raids, and I tried to make Poe really pump, and it did, but it came at the cost of all my other healing being weaker because of the talent points I invested into it. It was like, fuck. Buddy and I were talking about how if they gave charges of Serenity and Sanctify with the new Dragon Riding, and Poe and Flash Shield gave a charge back. They Lightweaver, but you get to choose what type of healing you want in the moment. That'd be kind of neat. I mean, I guess you mean with like an extra, like a Vigor button that would just give you a cooldown back. Yeah. You can kind of just push it on demand. But that's kind of how the like serendipity mechanic or the holy words mechanic works, by giving you cooldown reduction. That would be an interesting way to like play around. I don't know. There's definitely a lot of capabilities or like a lot of possibilities they could do with Holy Priest, but they just don't really want to explore it further, you know? They just don't really want to explore it any further. Yeah, I mean, Chain Heal is absolutely right there as well, Wind. Yep. All right, so I would say this setup felt a lot better for Bally. Felt a lot better. I think that's better. Any other talents look wonky? And then I'll check on Druid in a sec, Deathlord. Hesitant to change the H-Priest because look how much people freaked out about losing the worthless loss to press renew. That's a very good point. That is an excellent point. You're right. Yep. I kind of miss heal so I could like pace my mana in a raid, but I do not miss renew. Like renew is such a noob trap until they added empowered renew, and then it was like a blah, like mandatory button to press, you know? Like, yeah, it gives you the sanctify CDR, but like, ugh, whatever. Push button, get CDR for, you know, your sanctify. Like, there could be better ways to do that. How you doing, Mizzle? Voidweaver is the only healer that makes me feel like a baddie, but Voidweaver's so far behind Oracle. Yeah, like Voidweaver's like ass right now in beta. Yeah. It's just not good. Let's take this anyway, but here. Targaryen Legacy was doing a lot of healing. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's similar mix, especially Oracle disc. You just don't have as many like stacking modifiers. Your squid doesn't activate Shadow Covenant anymore, so you don't have to worry about that. It's more streamlined. There's no premonition active ability, things like that. Yeah. Yeah, but they did make the ramp a lot better. So your Apex talent is a Void Shield, and it's a proc after you cast a Penance. So you'll see when it's coming up. So what you can do is you can Flash Shield, which applies 2 atonements to your target and to yourself. And then you can hit a Void Shield, and that applies 3 atonements, 1 to the target and then 2 to splash other people. And it prioritizes people that don't have atonements. So you have 5 atonements out that way with 2 globals. And then the new Evangelism instantly applies 5 atonements to players and then makes your next 2 Radiance casts instant and cost less mana. So your 5 global rotation is Flash Shield, Void Shield, Evangelism, Radiance, Radiance. And then you have 20 atonements out. It's like crazy streamlining. It's really good. And then you can, individually apply atonements with Plea, which replaces Renew. It's functionally the same thing. Press button, apply 1 atonement. And then you can do that for like mini ramps and everything like that. It's a nice streamlined setup. Your damage profile is a lot more straightforward. It's Mind Blast, Penance, and Smite. And Shadow or Death if you get into Execute as well. You have like 4 buttons for damage. I just want them to like make Smite feel a lot more satisfying because you want to enjoy pressing your damage buttons and they need to feel like more significant. So I kind of want them to take some of the juice from our Void Shield because right now it's doing like 15% of our overall healing. It's doing a lot, and that's not including powered shields. So just on its own, the Void Shield's doing like 15% of our overall. I'd love it if they take some juice from that and put it into Penance and Smite and all that kind of stuff. So Void Shield is the Apex talent. Yeah. Something I started playing with was casting Radiance into Avenge and Radiance to increase the duration of one of the Radiance atonements you get. And you get to hold a charge of instant Radiance for the mini ramp later. Might not be worth doing, but I was messing with it. Oh, that's kind of interesting. It said they nerf Smite. Exactly, Duck. At the moment, we're leaning towards disc buttabing, but Holy Priest has some like very, I think, obvious issues. They already kind of marked incidental and splash healing as a problem, and Holy Priest has a lot of that, Echo of Light, for example. But the Cosmic Ripple is the Apex talent, and it does so much healing. It's so ridiculous. So I hope they nerf more of that, put more power into our base spells. I'd say disc for both at the moment, but like lots can change before release. I like how Holy Priest is designed around Ultimate Serenity. I'll show it to you real quick. Because you can give up your Sanctify if you choose. If you choose. So you would do this in like a dungeon environment. You would give up Sanctify in return for a Serenity that cleaves 4 other players. So you can see right here. Replaces Sanctify. Increases the healing done by Serenity by 10%. And causes it to heal 4 nearby injured allies within 40 yards for 15% of the healing that Serenity did. Also, Prayer of Healing will also reduce the cooldown of Serenity. And if you take this and you take Lasting Words, your Ultimate Serenity applies 7.5 seconds of renew to allies that they heal. So your Serenity puts a long renew on its target, and then the Ultimate Serenity Cleave puts renews on everybody it cleaves into. Then you have Renewed Faith, where you get 10% more healing from your renew. And so in order to take this setup, you have to drop your 3rd Apex talent, which causes your Divine Hymn to pulse Cosmic Ripples. So it takes a little bit of strength out of your Divine Hymn in a dungeon environment. And during your Apotheosis, Flash Heal is upgraded to Benediction. So the way this works is you have to take Divine Image because it works with your tier set bonus. So if you were going to get to Lasting Words and Ultimate Serenity, you would need to drop it. But you could also drop Crisis Management, and this is something I want to try in the next setup, because I've tried without it, and it's not too big of a deal. But this talent is going to make it really, really strong to use Divine Hymn because it's going to keep on emitting all these ripples all the time. And it'll help make Divine Hymn more of like a real healing cooldown in a dungeon, which it already is. It already is pretty good. I do think that you're already really strong during your apotheosis, but maybe my mind will change whenever we get into higher content. So that was one thing I kind of had like marked that I wanted to look at. Whew. Oh yeah, Cell is also going to work. I don't know if you're an ad prison or not, bada bing. But Cell Dev confirmed that he is working on Cell still. Bam. He posted in the Discord today. Was it today? 3 days ago, actually. He said, I'm going to describe it as the ultimate stripped down version of Cell. In short, don't expect the features to be as powerful as the current ones. It's on Blizzard, though I don't entirely disagree with the changes. So, just about to, Deathlord. Why are they working on add-ons? Whatever they produce isn't going to be useful. Because they want to. And nothing stops Blizzard from getting what they want. Nothing stops Blizzard from getting what they want. Asked about the occultist talent. The wording is shadow damage and healing done. Is it meant like any healing or healing done by shadow spells? Well, there's a spell called Shadow Mend that is giving you like a proc to your flash heal and it turns it into a shadow heal. So that's what they're kind of referring to. It might also refer to a Dark Reprimand, which no longer exists, but it's still like technically in the game. So if they decide to like bring that back, that's something they could do as well. So it is a possibility. If add-ons still have a competitive advantage, then they literally achieve nothing by limiting add-ons. Yep. Well, they're getting rid of the they're getting rid of the add-ons that are like the Northern Sky, Weak Aura Pack, stand here, do this. But I would not be surprised if World First Raiders find a way around that. I would not be shocked at all. So that's their intended goals. My personal interest is in like, as long as the healers can still have good frames, we'll be good. Tinfoil, do I think it was Metzen? I don't think Metzen gives a fuck about like high-end rating or add-ons or any of that shit, to be honest. I think Metzen just wants like the war in Warcraft, and he wants like cool raids and cool story and people to be like, fans to be like losing their shit on stage. I don't know. He said time to come home. Could be referring to the house. As Resto, how often do I bear form? Only if I'm like trying to be sweaty on a boss fight and I know a huge hit's coming. Yeah. I don't know. I think it was more Ian driven. I mean, Ian was like one of the oldest hardcore raiders. I would install Cell even just to replace the Christmas shield texture. There's the Louis V, man. It's the Louis Vuitton. I don't know. I'm under the impression that it was like Ian or somebody who like does not develop add-ons, and they're like, yeah, we gotta dampen down this stuff. Go work on an engineers. And the engineers were like, oh my god. But I don't know. As with most things that Blizzard does, they're very, very chaotic at the start, and then they kind of start taking some shape. And it kind of seems like this month they've taken shape in that like add-ons are able to get away with a number of other things. And so now they have to kind of decide. Yeah, I got you, Deathlord. Appreciate the reminder, dude. But I mean, I made a video about it today. Where it's like, at the moment, add-ons are able to color the nameplates. And that's probably something that they should do in the default anyway. But if it's going to take them longer than release, then just like allow add-ons to do very specific things and then be like, yeah, we'll work on the default eventually. You know? Don't think I'm gonna do any Diablo season or anything like that. I think I'm gonna just kind of ride the WoW train until like Christmas time and everything. Maybe play some Fellowship here and there. Shields are still as unreadable as they are in live. Yeah. Well, they added with Dander's frames, you can make a shield bar. So add-ons can already get around that. I'm of the mindset now that like I'm just gonna use Cell. Cell confirmed that they're still gonna do it. Even though it's going to be more bare bones, I think it'll probably have like 80 or 90% of what I really, really want. So we'll be chilling. So yeah. Oh yeah, you were in ad prison. Bada bing. Let me show you. Mr. Cell himself confirmed that there will be a compatible version of Cell for Midnight, and he said he'd describe it as the ultimate stripped down version of Cell. Don't expect the features to be as powerful as the current ones. It's on Blizzard. Oh shit. Let me do that. I'm reading I'm reading stuff and not even showing it to you. So Cell's confirmed gonna happen. Cell's confirmed gonna happen. Nah, go ahead, Coffee. Go ahead. Use your mod powers. Use your mod powers. Go ahead. Hot icon soup will be sad. Yeah. And I'm hoping that's like something that they're gonna allow in the future, but who knows, man? This guy in the combo points. This guy in the combo points. Where's my combo points? All right. Let me see. Am I feeling post-potty C and the new beta build? Well, they were doing more of what we've been asking for with incidental healing nerfs, which is pretty damn nice. So I'm a big fan of that. I'm a very, very big fan of that. Nope. It doesn't work, Feck. Sorry, big dog. Yeah, I wasn't too shocked. Like, I was not even expecting Paladin to get the changes that they got yesterday, this week. I was expecting it to be, like, weeks from now, after Christmas, after they got back. And I literally recorded a freaking video, and my editor is working on it right now, where I'm like, they should do this, and then they already did it. I'm like, fuck. So I gotta, after stream today, I gotta go back and look through it. So, list of expectations. I kind of talked about it in the tier list stuff. I'm working on some videos right now, and it was, the first video was Paladin and Shaman, and look who gets changed, Paladin and Shaman. But I'm gonna do like 2 healers at a time and be like, hey, here's how I feel about this class. Here's the problems they have. I hit up the like Wowhead guide writers for Pally and for Shaman and was like, hey, you know, what's the vibe? What's going on? So, yeah, some positivity. I think it's gonna be a better healing situation. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be a better add-on situation. You know, we're figuring that out. Good luck, Fecky. Good luck, Mr. Fecky. But I mean, yeah, my pinned... Listen, I'll show you my pinned tweet. And it's staying up there for a while. My pinned tweet is laugh at me in 6 to 9 months. And I posted this in October. Laugh at me in 6 to 9 months if you want, but I think Midnight will be a great expansion. What up, Nelium? Actually, check your latest video about Platinator. I agree with you. Blizz needs to be more shades of gray instead of only black and white about it. You doing good? I'm doing great. I'm vibing. We did a lot of Paladin today. And it's better. But we still have to cast Holy Light. Standing on business. Yep, it's a pinned tweet. Bookmark it. Laugh at me if you like. Post Season 1, it can be, but Season 1 will be a testing ground. True. It might, and I think we'll kind of realize it in like January or February if it's going to stink. So, we'll see. But lots can change. Lots can change. But I don't know. Negativity is just easy for content creators, right? Not much of a hot take, really? I feel like it was, but I don't know. I have it's like 32 bookmarks. It's not that many. Not that many. Second or third season will be a decent expansion. Probably same vibe as War Within or better. I'm gonna be positive, but so far this tuning for healers is dog. True, but tuning is tuning until the end. More splits. Now we don't get an Omni token from the last boss. I mean, other people are going to be doing more splits, but I don't think my guild is. I don't think my guild is. Listen, I gave up on the 4+ alts and everything like that back in Shadowlands. I'm good with 2. Even if Midnight's rough to start, I'm willing to write it off as an investment into the future of WoW. True. I mean, I already see like an insane amount of casual players like obsessing over the housing and stuff. And so even if only for that, there's going to be so many people playing the game. You're going to play a healer alt now you don't want to? What the? Like Totemic Shaman, nothing else. It is pretty chill. Dude, when you can have everybody stacked in your downpour, oh my god, it's so good. It's actually absurd. It's actually so absurd how good it feels when you can have everybody in the downpour. My wife, never been a WoW player, is now a cozy house builder in our community. There you go. There you go. Yeah, they've been adding, like, I think Resto Shaman's a little bit too basic still, but like Totemic is like all passive heals. All passive heals across the board. It's just like your Surging Totem, your Healing Rain, you can move around. You know, your new Apex talent, Storm Stream Totem, your Healing Stream Totems. Like, just passive heal vomit. Yeah. Why is Vic sandbagging Druid? Dude, he said he didn't want to play anything else but Druid. Maybe Shaman. He said everything else sucks but Druid, which is a true statement. Yeah, but it's kind of a downer, I would say, when you're like trying to test healers and you can notice like very vast differences between a Meoth. Complain they buffed Druid for no reason on your stream? Yeah. I mean, I would love it if they did another tuning round before Christmas, but yeah, you know. I'm not expecting it. All right, I gotta go dig into this Paladin video and see what I need to re-record. Because I think I need to re-record a good bit on my Paladin rant. But we'll see. Anyway, keep an eye out for new videos. I'll have some more out very soon. And I will maybe be back with stream tomorrow. I actually am not sure. I might work on some videos or something like that. TBD. But have a great night, guys. Thanks for all the love today. And if I'm not back tomorrow, I'll see you guys on Monday for some more testing, all right? GN, take it easy.
Hurts. I remember hurting a lot now.